Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name's Daimien Kamiya, I am the Omni King, and welcome back to some Genshin. It's been a little bit. Hey, JJ. I play Genshin all the time. I log in every day for dailies. I do weeklies, or at least some of them. There's new content, so I play when there's new content. I only stream it when there's new content now, or if I'm bored and I have nothing else to do. I've been really racking up my exploration. I'm going to show that off a little bit before we get into the story, but still a lot of it's not voiced, and it doesn't appear that this story is actually story progression. I am not pulling for Chaska. I took me a little bit to understand how she plays, but I don't really care. I'm comfortable with the animo characters I have, and pulling her for her flight ability isn't really worth it to me. She, I understand her charge attack mechanic, but beyond that, she feels really bland to play. I may pull for Makuvia next stream, or not next stream, but like next banner. She's out on 5.3. I have to see how she plays first, because I know some people are like, oh, it's the Archon, you have to get her. I still don't own Venti. And I currently still have no desire to own Venti. I have every other Archon besides Venti, but I just don't really necessarily care for Venti. So, I'm also saving up to get C6 Child, so whenever he's on banner next. Because I have over 300 pulls right now. I've been, knowing that I want C6 Child, I have been massively pushing exploration to get all the free primos I can get. I've been doing literally as much as I can outside of Spiral Abyss and the fucking library, whatever it's called, because I don't care for those. But, yeah, let's get to the game here, and I can just show some stuff off here. Audio 5. Alright. This is the team. This is my exploration team. Right now, so for him to pull forward, walk on water, she can change. Right now she's just there to buff him because he benefits from pyro. I just like Child's combo. Child was the one character I really liked playing as the first time I played him, but the problem is, as much as I like playing him, he's barely able to be played at C0. You really need, his other constellations. He's the only character I would say that to get the most out of him requires C6. I'm not gonna be a Child main, don't get me wrong, because I switch between a variety of teams. I just really like how he plays. And I'm sick and tired, and I don't want to build a team around using him for, 15 seconds. It's just... and then not using him. I want to use him as much as possible. Why not? He's already late on the current one, but... yeah, and then Nahida was there. Nahida wasn't here originally. I put her here because there's new plants, and she can grab them for me. But yeah, if we go to my wish, you see up in the top here, I have 320. If we look at my map, I finished 100%ing Liyue. I still have to obviously do Chengyun Vale and the Chasm. But that's done. I need to do Dragon's Spine. That one's hard because there's no compass for it. I got all the islands here done. I got the Sakura tree done. But now I need to keep coming back here for more chests because I need to get the furniture from the fucking vendor now. I still. I have 3 quests left. 3 quests. 1 in Sumeru. At least quests that are found through the reputation stuff. 1 in Sumeru, 2 in Fontaine. 3 quests. That is it. I have every other piece of content done in this game. Those quests, the one in Sumeru, is locked behind a daily commission chain that I am still working on because the game refuses to give it to me. I still have like 2 more needs of that daily before I can complete it, get the achievement, and start the fucking quest. The Fontaine quests are both in a quest chain that is locked behind the Sumeru one I need to do. I have 3 quests that are all locked behind a god fucking forbidden daily commission grind in Sumeru that has taken me fucking 2-3 months to even get to the point I'm at, and I'm still not even done yet. Very frustrating and infuriating. I actually put in a feedback to them. I said, it's like, if you're gonna do this, there should be a guaranteed quest-related commission a day. Now, there's generally a guaranteed achievement-related commission, but I have 3 daily commissions right now going on that all lead to achievements, and one of them is the one I need that blocks quest progress. Inazuma took me fucking forever just because of how many quests were locked behind daily commissions. And the same thing's happening here. But yes, I explored Natlan a little, the new area a little bit to unlock stuff. I finished the red quests for this area, or not this area, sorry, this area here, the Nightwind, Masters of the Nightwind. I still need to do this one, but the story event is actually blocking me from being able to start this one. And I tried to go up here, but all of this is like locked behind the world quest that it's tied to. So I just decided to say fuck it, and I'm just not going to... I'm just going to do this on its own. Do I have to go here? Because I fucking hate when this notification stays up. I don't give a damn about the TCG. I do not give a god-forsaken damn. Stop giving me notifications that don't go away. I don't mind the notification as long as it goes away when I close the map. Stop giving me notifications I don't give a fucking damn about. I know you spent a lot of time developing this TCG. I know you spent a lot of time shoving it down our throats with events, including Sino in every single goddamn event you could in 1 year. Over the course of a year. Anyways, sorry JJ, you're asking about my characters. Keep in mind, I'm only AR 45 right now because I have no real concern about pushing myself higher. I'm slowly working on some characters so that I can go higher. But right now my teams so this is my daily team. This is the team I use to try and just grind friendship on. This is one of my primary teams, my Nahida Hydro or Hyper Bloom team. Yellen's only here temporarily until a better Dendro user pops up. My Navia team is my other best team. Raiden's only there just because she is right now until I can figure something else out, because Raiden's useful on a lot of teams, but she works for this one. So this is my Kinich team. I actually like this team. It's actually really fun and does quite some damage. This is my Hyper Bloom team. So Miko's Electro Totems, and then Kazuha being able to swirl off them, while having Tainari and Yao Yao be able to hit the Dendro Electro combo. I actually really like this team. It's not the strongest team out there, but this is actually a really fun team because I have C6 Lynette. I think I have C5 Mika, or do I have C6 now? I forget. C6 Toma and C6 Electro Traveler. And but yeah, I just like her. I like her skill. I like her burst. I like that her skill gives Animo Infusion at C6, which pairs really well with their bursts. And then Mika's skill is an attack speed bonus, which benefits her combat. So it's not an OP build, but it's really fun to use. This is my freeze team. I don't really use it that often, but it is fun to use. Because I do like using Risley. This, yeah, this is an overload team that I don't really use. You might be thinking, why don't you have Chevreuse on this team? And I'm like, because I don't like Chevreuse. I didn't get her intentionally. And she's a healer that only heals herself until you're at C6. So until I, by chance, get a C6 Chevreuse, she won't be touching any of my teams. This is the idea of trying to have a DPS Animo character while taking advantage of the crit rate increase on frozen or cryo enemies by stacking 2 cryo and 2 Animo. It actually works out okay. And I can switch to Layla freely, which is always something you have to be considerate of because of how short her cooldowns are. This is a supercharged team. I need to get Electro Traveler off of here, though, because I can't run dupes. Yeah, I don't really have another Electro to put here. Outside of, like, maybe Lisa, but... put Kaching there now. This is just... I'm just figuring things out here, because I kind of want to still use them, but... Like, obviously, I can't use Tartaglia yet, and Nervalet, I don't know what to do with him. I feel like they pair well together, though, because them together buffs HP for Nervalet, while his passive also buffs Nervalet's charge attack. And, like, they could kind of work in tandem with each other as Hydro DPSs, because there's few instances where Nervalet doesn't have the ability to insta-charge. And then during that time, you can use Tartaglia's dual blades. I've considered that I really want to put Seiyu on Child's team, whenever it is. And then these are all just random teams that were just doing things. I wouldn't mind having, like, a Yoimiya on a team, though, but I'll have to figure that out, too. Especially since it's hard to use Yoimiya once her burst goes down, but... Or once her skill goes down, I mean. You need something to do until her skill is up and running again. But yes, so there's another event again where the new 3 areas, which is this one here, and this one here. You need to get 80% exploration in total amongst averaging those 3 to have access to to qualify for the event, which is just more bonus primos. This one right here, you get 400 if you reach I think it's 800, or yeah, 80% at max. Personally, to me, if there's one thing that really bothers me with Genshin, it's like, I really, like, especially when you compare it to some of the other Hoyoverse games, like HSR, where they can be way more generous. Like 400 isn't, it's like what, that's like not even 3 pulls. I do not artifact farm. I I've been doing it to just try to spend resin on the dailies, but no, it's one of those things I'm slowly working on to make my characters better so I can act, so one day I can increase my AR rating, because I'm slowly running out of things to do in the game, right? But like, I'm AR 45, but I currently have 160 or 1,607,911 experience over 15,350. I have 100 times the experience needed to hit 40 or to hit 50. I'm not even kidding. When I was at 35 previously and I leveled up, I hit 45 instantly. Like the moment I completed the quest, I instantly hit 45. I also run on world level 4, even though technically I can play at world level 5. And in all honesty, I'd do the same too. Once I hit 50, I'd go to world level 6 and I'd revert myself to world level 5. I want to have fun.
I'm not the friend to come
and
to
getting the
words of
shit
comfort or
out of
encouragement.
me is not fun. Most of the artifacts my characters are running are just things I've happened to find. Some work, some don't, some are okay. That's all I need. By the way, I accidentally started the first instance of this quest by accident. There was one of those, like, floating pyro things you give to the statue on top of this center podium. I tried to climb it to get to that, and I triggered the cutscene. Yeah, it was on top of this. Like, right at the peak was one of those things. And the quest started right here, so I accidentally triggered it. So we're just gonna continue off on it. But it's not voiced. At least some of the characters aren't. Like, she's not voiced. We made it, Chief.
You're here, Eon-san. And you must be the traveler in Paimon. I've heard a lot about you. I'm sure we'll have a much better time now with your help.
I need to play not on auto so I can read their dialogue. Let's get straight to the point. Are the people behind you warriors from your tribe? Did something bad happen to them?
So cold.
Mentally ill person?
Duarte, are you there? I'm drowning, and there's something in the water.
He's on the ground, but it almost looks like he's trying to swim.
But this chapter is literally just called interlude. It's not even like actual like story. So this hopefully this adds up to something.
The abyss is
but
coming. There are eyes in my hands, and hands in my stomach, and my stomach is full of teeth. It ate all of you. It's coming for me too.
But we haven't been eaten. We're right here.
Monstrous beasts! How did you get in here? As you can see, their mental state is quite poor. They went missing after the battle. We found them in the wilderness in the days that followed, but the damage had already been done.
what could have caused
We found
this?
them unconscious in areas corrupted by abyssal tumors, lying next to their deceased comrades. My only guess is that something terrible must have happened during the battle. According to the chief of the Masters of the Nightwind, sudden exposure to a large amount of abyssal power can have mental as well as physical repercussions. We've never seen the effects this heightened before. But maybe Gasoithoth was just too powerful.
The soy thought? What's that?
It's the abyssal monster that appeared in the sky not too long ago. After consulting our ancient legends, we decided to call it Gasoithoth, Reaper of the Abyss.
Oh, that giant black ball? Didn't we force it to retreat, though?
True, it poses no threat to us now, but whatever wound it inflicted on these warriors still endures. We scoured all sorts of records for a solution, but nothing came of it. There was some mention of a treatment from several hundred years ago, but that knowledge is long gone.
They try to help.
You can purify abyssal power! Might as well give it a try! It didn't work?
That must mean purifying the abyssal power within them still isn't enough. In any case, thank you for trying.
So, what can we do now? Don't tell me my friend is just gonna be like this forever?
Come back to me, Gogeta! Please, don't leave me like this!
We beat Gasoithoth! They survived the battle! Are we really just gonna sit back and watch them lose their minds?
Of course not.
What is it, Aeon-san?
We'll take it case by case. First, we should keep them cooped up. We shouldn't keep them cooped up here. The environment isn't doing them any good. Let them go where they feel comfortable. Daimien, Paimon, and I will talk to them.
But,
Are you sure about this?
I know you're worried, but we don't have any solution, right? Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but that we won't know until we try. Well, don't just stand there, let them go. Send someone to follow them, but don't stick too close. We need to just keep tabs on them. Alright, it's up to us now. Let's talk to them one by one. It's a bad situation, but I know the warriors will find a way to pull through. After all, we've overcome so many challenges already. What's one more? Oh, I miss being able to use that
really
twice.
Necessary?
Oh, can you hear me?
So dark, so cold. I want to go home.
We'll take you home. Kevin from my tribe should have brought some firewood. I think starting a bonfire might help. When it's dark, damp, and cold, what's better than a fire? Maybe the light and warmth will help change what he sees. Wait here while I grab some firewood.
Light. Underwater. Where is it coming from?
It's working!
Is someone there? Please save me. No, wait. You have to leave this place. The water's too deep. You won't make it.
Yeah, we brought some friends from the people of the springs. They're great swimmers. We're here to save
No.
you.
Please. Just leave me. Duarte.
Oh no, it's not working anymore!
Bonfire wasn't enough. That was the second time you mentioned the name Duarte. Maybe we can start there. Let's ask around and see what we can learn. I see a music disc.
My friend. Is he any better?
We're working on it. But I wanted to ask, does the name Duarte ring any bells for
Duarte?
you?
Oh, yeah, I remember. Duarte was the name of Otoko's Surian companion. Otoko almost drowned as a child, and Duarte was the one who saved him. He dove deep into the water and used all his strength to carry Otoko back to the surface. It was pretty touch and go, but both of them made it in the end.
That means we need to bring Duarte back here and...
Well, you see, Duarte died 4 years ago during an Abyss invasion. He was helping evacuate injured warriors from the front lines, but fell to an ambush.
Maybe we don't need the real Duarte.
What do you mean?
You're right. Duarte didn't have many distinguishing features. I don't think he ever stood out next to the others.
We just need to impersonate him. Based on the look on your face, I'm guessing you already have a plan. Let's get to work. Oh, and thank you for the information. We'll do whatever we can to help your
No
friend.
problem. Thank you for looking out for him.
Oh yeah, and I also learned that in you doing like investigate stuff, at least in some cases, actually counts towards exploration, which I didn't realize before in the past.
It's all right, my boy. Papa's here.
We're back! How are you feeling?
Duarte? How did you get here? Are you here to save me?
It's working!
What now?
You're gonna carry me out of here just like last time. Over a decade later, and you're still trying to save me. I can't believe you made it this deep underwater, but I'm so glad you found me. Once we're out of here, let's split a huge portion of blazed meat stew, just like old times. I owe you for this. We're almost at the surface. People tried to tell me you were dead, you know? As if I'd let that happen. I promised to protect you. There's no way. No way. No. Wait. I failed.
Being suspicious.
Duarte? Wait. You're not Duarte. How did I get here? Who are you people?
Otoko!
He's Kaylee. What's going on? All I remember is the battle against the Abyss, and then I was drowning. And a Saurian that looked like Duarte saved me. How did I get here?
Explain the
You
situation.
went through all that for me? While all I did was cause trouble for everyone? I'm so sorry.
None of this is your fault. Maybe it's not my place to say this, but go easy on yourself. You deserve to move past what happened here and what happened to Duarte.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Go on, get some rest. His Kali, I'll leave him to you. We'll leave him to you. Alright, so we're gonna do the girl next.
10 points for agility.
It's coming for me. It's gonna eat me.
Okay, there's nothing to fear. Glossroth has lost. Nothing can hurt you
It's
anymore.
no use. It'll just come back. Nothing can stop it. Nothing can stop the abyss. It will devour everyone. One day, we'll all be reunited in the pit of its stomach.
Maybe it's just Paimon, but she seems to be in even worse shape than Otoko. She can talk to us, but nothing she says makes any sense. She also seems really afraid.
Afraid is right. I wonder what triggered it. The battle against the abyss, or maybe like a Toko, it's some deep-rooted fear. The abyss just made it worse. Alright. Just like before, we gotta see what we can learn about her
Leon-san,
past.
I heard you cured Otoko? I'm so relieved. Is there anything I can do to help? If you need extra hands, I can...
Mutora, or Mutota. Perfect timing. I was just looking for you. I wanted to ask some questions. Explain what you did to cure
I think you're
Otoko.
onto something. The mental distress does seem to be connected to pre-existing fears and anxieties. Kochita doesn't like it when people talk about her past. But the situation is urgent. So, I guess I'll be the bad guy. Ian-san, do you believe there are people in this world destined for battle?
Yeah. I get the feeling sometimes when I'm instructing a particularly gifted student. Something like, wow, you were born to play this sport.
Then, what about people destined to be unfit for battle?
What do you mean?
When Kochita was little, her parents died fighting the abyss. She was only 11 or 12 at the time, and her brother, even younger still. The two saw their parents collapse in a pool of blood as flames roared and spread all around them. Kochita trained hard to become a warrior, but still found fighting abyss monsters too difficult to handle. She and her brother were left with severe trauma after the incident. Pain and fear that they could not get over no matter what.
But isn't Kochita one of the warriors who fought the abyss? Didn't you find her unconscious out on the field?
Yes, we did. You see, something changed within her several years ago when the abyss attacked our tribe and broke into her home. By the time the guards rushed to the scene, they found her standing there, weapon outstretched, hands trembling. Her brother huddling behind her for safety. And the abyss monster dead at her feet. She didn't even look at it, and just kept repeating the same thing over and over. You're the only family I have left. I won't let anything happen to you. She became a completely different person after that. She earned a reputation as a very capable warrior, and fought countless battles against the abyss. We all thought she overcame the trauma, and we were so happy for her. But now it seems like even if she buried it deep within herself, the fear still never left her.
Maybe fighting the abyss was her way of making sure she won't lose anyone else. Maybe the thought of experiencing that pain again scared her more than the abyss. On the outside, her choice to fight made her seem strong, but never forgot the trauma of that night. The abyss just brought it back to the surface.
How can we help her?
This one's tricky. If we can find the right opportunity, then...
Quali?
Quali, What are you doing with that weapon?
Show me the monster that hurt you! I'll make it pay! I'm going to protect you this time!
Calm down, Quali. That monster is already...
I can do it! I don't care what it takes! I just want her to get better. She's the only family I have left.
Wow, already bringing the tears out this early.
Family?
Welcome back, JJ. Hold on. Chief Murdo, looks like Chikota's responding to his
If Quali goes
words.
to battle, the Abyss will devour him.
1 second. Normally I do this with autoplay going, but I don't have that luxury right now.
I can't let that happen. I have to do something. But it's useless. No one can beat the Abyss. It's a death sentence. Just like what happened to Mom and Dad.
You've defeated countless monsters already.
I'm no warrior. I'm just a coward. Still, I have to protect Quali. What should I do?
Gogeta.
I think you need to fight it one more... You just need to fight it one more time.
Fight it? One more time?
Yeah, hopefully. I was playing Guild Wars 2 yesterday, and there were even a couple characters in that weren't voiced. Queen Jenna wasn't voiced, and someone in chat told me that one of the... So there's 5 races in the game, 2 genders for each, so 10 10 main character voice actors. The female Char main character's VA wasn't there either. So even Guild Wars hasn't escaped. Some of the voices, while there, did sound not good. Like, I'm not lying, like, Dagna sounded like it went through a static filter. But, I mean, her fear of the Abyss runs deep, but she still has the will to fight. Just needs to defeat an Abyss monster by herself. We can prove to her that the Abyss isn't indestructible, just like you said. I think it's worth a try. Plus, with us around, we can make sure she won't get hurt, although that also means finding an Abyss monster.
Try checking the mountains to the north. A few fled in that direction after the battle. I dispatched a team to clear them out, so most of them should be gone. But there might still be a few stragglers.
Great. Let's go right now. Chakota, think you can make
There's
it?
no turning back. I have to face it, even if it will devour me whole.
I'm coming too! I'm not letting my sister face this alone! Not anymore!
Alright, then stick close. Let's go. I'm just gonna go here. I've actually been given, like, low reviews to Genshin. I don't blame, me, or Hoyoverse for anything. But, like, when they're asking about my satisfaction with the game, well, I'm gonna be honest and say I'm not satisfied when I don't hear voices. Like, I was very vocal about it on Twitter, where I said that the Suzumeru event festival that just happened, that event, Nihida and Dea are 2 of my favorite characters in the game. And Candace has barely been in any content at all since she was brought into the game. She's probably one of the most underused characters added into the franchise. The only thing she has over some other characters is that she was actually in the main plot. You have other characters like Faruzan or Fischl or Bennett that were never actually in main story of missions, but Candace actually was, which makes it all the more egregious that she's barely been in anything. All 3 plus more were not voiced, and that really soured the entire event for me. It's alright, Chiquita. You don't have to force yourself to do this. I know, but again, and I said that in my review. I said, I know it's not Hoyoverse's fault, but not having English voice actors does affect my experience with the game. Right? I specifically stated that. I said, it's not your fault, but not being able to hear the voices has a severe influence on the game. Right? And they're asking for my satisfaction and experience on the event. Or you know, on the update or whatever, right? And not having the voices, you know, negatively impacts my experience with the game. Simply put. The only funny thing that came out of it, though, was when Paimon asked if Aoja, or whatever his name was, could be muted, but he wasn't being voiced. So it was actually funny. Yeah, but they still have to catch up with stuff. I even put in a request that I hope they could post, like, the English dialogue to those events in the future, but we know that'll never happen. At least the story ones will get patched in later, and I can look up videos of it. But that Nahida festival event, like, that'll never get English dubbed again. I would really love it if they could dub it, and then we could, you know, and then they just put it on their YouTube channel or something for us. But that'll never happen. And that's upsetting. How can we make this easier for her? I guess we could wear them down first, but I think it's better to stand guard for now. We should wait for the right moment to intervene.
You were the ones who killed them! As a kid, I thought my parents were invincible. They were always so strong and gentle. They seemed like the most powerful people in the world. But I can still see the image of them collapsed at my feet that night. The raging fire, the smoke, the smell of blood, the sound of my brother's cries. It's all burned into my brain. They told me to run, and I could see the fear in their eyes. I've been running from my fears ever since. But why didn't my parents run? It must have been because...
You can do it!
Because of our family. When you have someone to protect, there's no backing down. No matter what.
So my thing is I don't mind Paimon per se. What annoys me is that Paimon does all the talking when they clearly have voice actors for Lumine and Ether and don't use them. I have no issue with Paimon's character, but if there was generally just more banter between the two characters, then I'd be more content with that. To me, it's just that Paimon is the voice box, and that's what I don't like. And the thing is, out there, like, outside of the one line they get in story, they do actually have Sarah and Zack voice actual dialogue for every update. I'll show you after this cutscene. But it's right here in the character menu. All of this gets added in. New stuff gets added in every update. Well, it appears they didn't add them in now because I guess Paimon, because they couldn't do the Traveler, they didn't even do Paimon's either.
Paimon's been dying to hear your thoughts about this. What is the deal with that, Hal? And don't say you haven't noticed.
Noticed what?
Try it.
See?
Every
He talks!
He's completely different from every
They can
other
have him
player.
talk
For
in this
starters,
side
he can
content,
fight.
but
Matter
not
of
in the
fact, he
actual
never
bloody
shuts up.
game?
Also, he's always hovering around.
That's
campus
what
instead of
bothers
walking
me.
on the ground. Oh, and don't get Paimon started on those
They
stupid
paid him to do
helicopters.
this.
Why would a
They paid Zach and Sarah to do this, but not to actually voice more than a single line of dialogue in
It's just,
story
You
events.
talk a lot too. And you fly. Plus, didn't you get yourself a pair of silly-looking glasses in Fontaine?
That is completely different. But anyway, there's a more glaring issue here. A Hal is flat as a pancake. He's floating around looking like a little cardboard cutout, and no one in Natlan bats an eyelid. Don't you think that's strange?
It's definitely unusual. Then again, maybe everyone's just used to it by now. Ultimately, it's nobody's business but a house, so if you want answers, you'd probably have to ask him.
But would he even tell us the
Keep
truth?
in mind, no one bats an eyelash that
He'd
Paimon's a
make up
little
bunch of
floating
phony
fairy.
baloney to get us off his case.
Mona's the only one that even questions
Or
it.
maybe he'd be like, okay, if you really want to know, I'll show you! And then poof! He'd turn us into cardboard cutouts too.
Cardboard cutout Paimon. Now that I would love to see.
Hey, cut
It's a little bit of a, probably a fourth wall joke right there, but... Like, this is fine. Like, I don't mind Paimon's voice. It's just that Paimon's the only voice. But you're not playing Paimon. I'm not against the sidekick character. I'm against the fact that my character... Like, I understand the idea behind a silent protagonist to an extent because it's meant to... You're meant to fulfill their role. But the problem is there is... In a game like this... There is no self-insert. This is not an MMO like Guild Wars 2. And even Guild Wars 2 voices the main character for you. But this is not a create-your-own-character adventure. You are playing as Ether or Lumine. You are playing as a consistently etched character. Your decisions and choices effectively have pretty much no influence on the game. You're playing a very linear game. There is no reason they could not have had Zack and Lumine voice lines in the actual story. I also hate this idea. This is a small thing too, and it became more relevant after the last like Dainsleif quest. But I hate that this entire time, whatever you name your character, that's in the text box. The characters just call you Traveler. But then Lumine calls you Ether, and he says you're the only one that calls me that. So, like, I always just thought that Traveler was just to be a generic cover for whatever name you inserted. But now they're legitimately not calling you Ether, or your name. Which means they may not even, they shouldn't even bother including your name in the text box then. Just put Traveler. Because they're not actually calling you that. But in reference to what I was saying about Mona, I don't know what's my friendship with her if I even have the line, but this.
Travel companion of yours. Do you know anything of her origins? No matter what, I cannot seem to discern a single shred of information regarding this floating fairy's fate. Oh? So you don't know where she comes from either?
This is the only, like, pretty much like one of the only instances I've ever heard in the game of one of the characters questioning what the hell Paimon is. And this is the one person that could probably look up the answers. Right? Like, even Alhaitham doesn't question her.
Stay away from my brother!
Target acquired.
I can do this. I have to do this.
Go away!
Miss your soul in sacrifice.
I got him cornered.
Yes, I believe Karina does a great job voicing Paimon. I just believe there's too much Paimon and not enough Traveler. That is my opinion. Nothing against Karina's role as Paimon. It's, in my opinion, it's an executive decision by the Genshin team as to not balance the role of the two main characters. You play as one, and the other voices everything. Hey, Lizriel.
Where are the rest? Where are they hiding?
You defeated them. That last strike was absolute perfection. You pulverized them in a single hit.
That's impossible. They were gigantic beasts crawling with eyes, ready to devour everything in sight. No. Wait. What am I saying? Abyss monsters are not actually that scary. I've defeated them before. I know I have.
She's back to normal!
Kuchita!
What just happened?
Explain the solution to Kuchita.
That is quite embarrassing. Sorry about that. I've always envied warriors who don't get scared or feel lost. It really felt like I was getting stronger over the years. But in the end, maybe I never made any progress at all.
It's important to listen to your limits. Just like in training, pushing too hard will only hurt you in the long run. Everyone needs time to rest. Besides, I have a feeling you won't have to face those fears alone anymore.
Even though we're both scared of monsters, you were always the one who stepped up to protect me. But not anymore. I'm gonna get stronger. From now on, we're in this together.
Is that so? Then I'll look forward to the day when you'll be all big and formidable.
You know what? Personal opinion here. It didn't happen. But I think each of these people, when you get them out of their fears, they should have gotten a vision. Just my opinion. The other guy, what is it? He got saved from drowning, came to the understanding. Maybe he could have gotten Animo, where he kind of realizes how freeing things are. For her, Cryo. Because Cryo is about love, and she's understanding the value of protecting those she cares about.
I finally feel like myself again.
I think it would have been really
I
cool.
couldn't have done it without you all. Thank you for everything.
I say I don't feel as nervous anymore, but in all honesty, I don't have any reason for that particular thing. I do want to say that the message you left in the last stream you were here for really was really nice. That kind of stuck with me a bit, so thanks for that, Lizriel. I did get called for... I applied for a job on Monday, got called yesterday for it. I have an interview on Friday. That job is a bit a ways away from home. But if I have to take it, I have to take it, right? I'll take whatever I can get. Yeah, but they gave a Dendrovision to the girl at the end of the exceedingly long Aranara quest line. They mentioned visions were shown by generic NPCs earlier in this exact Archon story. Kachina fought an NPC that had a cryovision. Additionally, in the Inazuma quest line, while not showing the visions, they showed the results of generic NPCs that had visions that had lost them due to the Vision Hunt decree and how it affected them by having their ambitions stolen from them. So it's all over the game.
I think I'll rest here for a bit. I don't think I can make it back to the tribe just yet.
Because I think it would have been a cool, like, these are people that are basically breaking out of a deep-rooted fear to seeing a new thing, right? First guy should have gotten Animo. She could get Cryo. I'm curious as to what the big guy would get, though. Really come down to how his plays out. This has to do with monsters, though. Like, he just sees monsters all over the place. Alright. Then we'll head back. I made sure to check the surrounding area for monsters. It's all clear, so take your time. Sometimes our fears never truly leave us, but tomorrow's a new day. As long as you keep moving forward, there will be better days to come. Just speculation, but like this new guy could probably be... Again, it really all depends. I'm saying maybe Pyro or Electro?
Atoko's all better. Did you hear?
Really?
Yes, really. It's all thanks to the Traveler and Eon-san.
I see. I was wondering why the Traveler was chosen to accompany the Pyro Archon in the final battle. But I guess he really can do the impossible.
This is the chief before we head up to the top. Oh no, never mind.
So all those rumors about the Traveler really are true.
Kochide's getting better, too.
Still got the last guy to deal with
Give
though.
me a hand for a sec.
It's 2 people down. You're an amazing problem solver, Daimien. Probably a well-honed skill from all your travels, right? You know how to give people hope. You really know how to give people hope. Ever since you came to Natlan, we've been feeling a lot better about our chances of winning this war. Got them through the initial stage of panic.
Honestly, Paimon was at a complete loss when she saw so many sick people on the hot air balloon platform. We only found a solution this time because you kept your cool and took control of the situation. You deserve most of the credit.
Well, who am I to turn down such a nice compliment? Most people say the first step is the hardest. It's not actually all that hard. Exaggerating the difficulty in your own head is where the fear comes in. I'll never get it. Might as well not try. I hear that kind of talk all the time. But if you break your goal into smaller parts, the first step might actually turn out to be the easiest.
Oh, you're right. That makes a lot of sense.
Just like when I told you to eat less meat and drink more kale juice. You probably heard that and thought, I can never eat meat again. I have to drink kale juice for every meal. I'll practically starve. Why Paimon was so against it. In reality, all it takes to start is eating 2 fewer servings of blazed meat stew and adding some kale juice for nutrition. That's it. It's not about making drastic changes all at once. By the way, JJ, to continue on my topic of before, where I was talking about how few lines Ether gets, I can't necessarily say the same for Sarah, but I do know Zach does this a lot, where it's like, people will ask, like, you know, like, oh, could you do your voice, right? And like, he'll be with other VAs who will all do their voice, right? Like Cal will do something Albedo-esque, and so on and so forth. But then Zach just goes, ha, 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 right? Because that's literally all his lines, or like most of his lines, right? Like, no, like he doesn't speak in the game. Even he makes jokes of the fact that he has no dialogue in this game. Even the internal dialogue lines, when he's thinking in his head, should be voiced. Because that's not even a character choice.
That sounds like something Paimon could do, but would that really change anything?
Consistency is key. You can't accomplish your goal in one fell swoop. You have to eat away at them little by little. My ancient name means power. Did you know that? So everyone thought I would grow up to be this tall, burly, muscular warrior. That's not what happened. A lot of people were confused and disappointed. My fellow warriors couldn't understand why I inherited that name over them. At first, I felt lost. It was only later that I realized true strength basically boils down to problem solving. Physical strength is just a means to an end, like everything else. So I began to break problems down into smaller parts. When facing an impossible situation, you just need to act. And if you fail, so what? That's just life. Anyway, that's what I've learned over the years. Maybe it'll come in handy for you someday.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, Paimon's almost encouraged to start drinking kale juice tomorrow. No, today. Paimon will start today. You're amazing, An-san. You really make Paimon feel like she can do the impossible. Maybe your true strength is giving other people strength.
I don't deserve that much credit. You already have that strength within you. I'm sure you faced more obstacles than I can imagine during your travels. You never gave up, that proves it. I bet I could learn a thing or two from you.
Heian-san, bad news. Okoland is out of control.
Hey, calm. I'll be right there. It's like the time for conversation is over. Come on, let's go see him. This is the last guy.
Koichi, give me a hand for a sec. Right. Koichi's not... She's not here anymore.
That's kind of sad. I also learned too that during the war arc in the last
What are you doing, Okoland? Wake up!
in the last story, your options of where you go determines who lives and dies. No, it's not. It does have some good stuff in it, but you also have to be careful. Kale's one of those things where you can't eat too much of it either, because like some of the certain vitamins it has can actually be really harmful in large quantities. So if you eat too much of it frequently, you can also cause problems. Right? Like it's believed, I'm pretty sure that the prostate cancer that or whatever cancer that Steve Jobs died from was caused because he ate way too much carrots.
Don't you recognize us, my boy?
The abyss monsters are everywhere. Everywhere. They've taken over the tribe. No corner is safe. Did we lose the battle? No. It's pointless to think about that now. A warrior only has one job. Fight until the very end. Careful! He's not himself! Okotlan!
You're back. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, like in Bowser's Inside Story, where the certain theme was rhythm games. Need to get him under control. Let's go.
Let's get it on!
So, he thinks we're a big monster?
Wretched abyss! Get him! Mom, Dad! Please, son, you've got to stop.
Paper Jam was
Can't keep going like
mistakes.
this.
Whether the plot was actually mistakes or not, but mistakes. I completely forgot about Dream Team. I never got to play that. I actually have. It's right by my side here. The actual limited edition Mario and Luigi Dream Team 3DS XL. New 3DS XL. Or is it the new? No, it's just the normal 3DS XL. That game came with Dream Team. But for some odd reason, instead of having a redeem code to just download the game came pre-installed. But I could not figure out how to get the pre-installed game on my pre-existing Nintendo account that I already had games on. And I, in the process of figuring this out, accidentally just completely erased the game. So I have the exclusive limited edition 3DS with no game. Never played Dream Team. In hindsight, they should have just included a redemption code. It should have just been a redemption code, so I can transfer my data to the game and then just download the game. Yeah, I never played all the way through Bowser's Inside Story. I only played a little bit on emulator, but I'm currently watching Chugga Conroy's playthrough of Inside Story, so I'm enjoying that one day at a time.
Wretched monsters. Give me my family back! Look, Okolan! That's your father! He's standing right in front of you! Get out of my home! I'll never forgive you!
Watch out!
Are you alright, sir?
I'm fine.
I don't think I've heard of Miles Luigi, but
Please,
I expect good from
don't hurt my
Chugga too.
son.
Chugga's also
He's
including he's
Just trying to
playing
protect his home.
he's playing the original, but he's commenting on all the stuff the remakes did right and mostly wrong. He was specifically stating that he was actually originally going to do Inside Story a while ago, but didn't because the remakes upset him so much he couldn't actually play the game again.
But what should we do now? He's different from the other two. It's like he can't hear us at all. He keeps calling us monsters. We're basically enemies to him now.
And he sure knows how to fight.
Oh, Coatlan.
By the way, Lizrael, did you watch the new Death Battle? Bowser and his army versus Eggman and his army. That was good. He has a fighting spirit, that's for sure, but we can't keep him unconscious forever. I need to think.
Abyssal corrosion syndrome.
I won't say anything then, but you definitely give it a look if you're interested. I don't generally watch the synopsis much anymore. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I just really watch for the animations at the end. Like, that's the best part. The next one's interesting, though. The next death battle is the Fall Guys character versus the Among Us character. I'm curious to see how that one's gonna go.
500 years later, and it's resurfaced again.
I missed the line there. Abyssal corrosion syndrome. Yeah, well, that's kind of a meme too, right? Like, I remember when the SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom remake came out, and IGN gave it like a 2 out of 10. And I just remember, I think I was watching Ray Narvaez Jr. play it because he really liked playing the GameCube version. And so he's playing the remake because of that. And when someone told him the review score, he's like, IGN gave it a 2 out of 10. Who hurt their mom? Right? Like, just like...
Huh? That voice, it's...
The captain. El Capitan. You've seen this illness before?
Direct contact with high concentrations of abyssal power causes irreversible mental trauma in most people. The exact presentation will vary according to trauma level. Some will suffer from superficial hallucinations and maintain the capacity to perceive the outside world. In such cases, Verbal and physical interaction can be used to break through the hallucination. However, there are also those who are so far gone, entrenched in hallucinations so deep, that medical intervention is the only option. That's why we developed the Drought of Lucidity.
The draft of lucidity?
It's a kind of medicine that can dispel the psychological impact of the Abyss. The treatment comes with severe side effects, including chronic migraines for the rest of the patient's life. So, it's reserved for the worst cases. This man is a devoted warrior, one not easily swayed from battle. That is precisely why it's so difficult to pull him out of this hallucination. If you trust me to be true to my word, give him this.
Wretched monsters! Setting up an ambush! Give me your worst. It's either your end or mine! Hurry! He's awake!
Please, give him the draft. My son thinks he's alone in this world. In his mind, all his family and comrades are gone, and only enemies remain. There's nothing more painful for a warrior than losing everything you fought so hard to protect.
Other request. Misun accepts the drop from the captain and quickly gives it to Akotlin.
Monsters! What's going on? Dad? What are you doing here? My head hurts. I just had the strangest dream. I dreamt the Abyss took over the tribe.
It's all right, my boy. It was just a nightmare. Let's go home. You need a good night's sleep. But first, I want to thank you for saving my son. May I ask your name?
For... just... Capitano is fine.
I owe you more than words can say, Mr. Capitano. My name is Mune. You're welcome in my home anytime. Time to go, son. Can you stand?
I'll help you carry him back. Daimien, let's meet up later. Really? How are you helping? You're as tall as his knee. The captain raised a few more doses of medicine to the guards so that the remaining warriors can be cured.
Thank goodness everything turned out all right.
Thank you.
Think nothing of it. I agreed to offer you my aid, so this is merely a part of that duty. Besides, I care deeply about this land.
Right! When we were with Moika, you told us you and your soldiers defended Natlan against the Abyss 500 years ago.
That's right. My desire to protect this nation remains unchanged. When my platoon arrived in Natlan 500 years ago, like you, we were true outlanders. But as time passed, I encountered the people of this land and witnessed their desperate struggle against the Abyss. Though many of the warriors were rash and inexperienced, they were steadfast and fearless in battle, willing to do anything to protect their fellow citizens, oftentimes with complete disregard for their own survival. Just as I fought for the glory of Conria, they fought for the survival of their nation. We happened to share a common enemy, so I decided to offer my aid. We fought side by side to the very end. I traveled to many places after that, but I never forgot this land. Even now, my work in that land remains unfinished.
Why don't you want to use your name from 500 years ago?
It may seem difficult to understand, but the reason is really quite simple. That name carries with it the glory of my homeland and the honor of Natlan. Yet, I failed to bring my soldiers home. And I failed to help Natlan defeat the Abyss.
But that's not your fault. The Abyss is way stronger than any of us imagined.
You need not comfort me. I am no longer who I once was. Let the events of the past continue to collect dust in the annals of history. I will continue to help Natlan in my own way.
Like, with the draft of lucidity? Who knew you could make medicine? Were you a doctor before?
The drought was Guthred's invention. He was a respected military doctor, as well as my trusted second-in-command. We faced a similar situation to what you witnessed today. The endless battles against the Abyss triggered delusions among the soldiers, to the point where some attempted to kill each other. In order to develop a treatment as fast as possible, Guthred used himself as a test subject. He passed away shortly after the drought was complete. That's who he was. Unrelenting in his pursuits. No matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. In the end, he even gave himself up for a chance at success. I'm sure he would be pleased his creation aids people even now. The Abyss has wrought enough suffering on this land. I sincerely hope this war will end soon.
No matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice? That sounds rather familiar.
Stop worrying about other people's survival, about their losses and sacrifices. You just need to win. That must be why I've returned. For this moment. Please finish what you set out to do, Commander.
So the possessed Ororon. It was Gunthred, wasn't it?
You're more perceptive than I imagined. However, some things are better kept secret for now. We may be working together, but our goals are not entirely aligned.
What's with the secrets all of a sudden? I'm starting to think we should be more careful around you.
I do not mean to jeopardize the trust between us. I simply prefer to keep this to myself, because it's a personal matter. All I can tell you is this. Natlan may have survived the worst of the crisis, but the souls of this land are still not at peace. And that is why my work is not yet done.
Well, if it's personal, then we'll just have to trust you.
If you have other questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Some people think the captain's going to be playable. I don't think so. Not only does his visage and model not combine with the typical playable characters, he doesn't have a face, which he's already said is basically... he's already said it's decayed over the years to the point that it's not recognizable. That could just be a ploy, though, but... He's also, I don't think, shown to actually wear a vision. I honestly think, plot-wise, I think he's going to die in the place of Makuvia so she can live. Because the Genshin team has stated a long time ago that they refused, unlike HI3, they refused to have ghosts walk the world. And what that means is they refuse to have any playable characters dead. And Makuvia's coming out in the next chapter, or in 5.3. So there's no way she's gonna die, obviously.
Wait, like anything? Hana wants to know how you eat with the mask. Anything you want to ask, Traveler?
So there's something I want to know.
Natlan must pay the price for Mawika's use of the ruler of
Mawika,
Death's power.
sorry.
That price is death. And only Mawika's death can clear the debt. Even now that the war's over and the threat to Natlan is gone, it looks like that death is still set in stone.
We had the same question for Kakashi, but he still managed to do it. The rule of death. Might not get an opportunity again. I should ask him.
In the garden cultivated by the gods, flowers and weeds grow side by side. When the weeds compete for nutrients in the soil, the gardener intervenes to inhibit their growth. I'm not one to pass judgment based on my own standard of right and wrong. But it is an undeniable fact that she is responsible for my suffering, as well as that of my people. If that explanation is too difficult to understand, allow me to show you exactly what I mean.
Oh, he's taking his mask off? Don't know what to expect, but
The
this...
ruler of death can freely define the form of death, or grant immortality to anyone she desires. Her power is a rule in and of itself.
Yeah, we
Faced
get
with
to
such
see
an
it.
overwhelming level of power, it can feel hopeless to resist. But I am of the belief that, in this world, no destiny is unchangeable, no death inevitable, and no rule unbreakable. So, before the final moment truly arrives, we must fight harder than ever.
Hey, Daimien. Hey, Paimon. I hope I didn't interrupt anything. After helping Ocotland back home, went on a small walk, happened to run into a messenger from the Scions of the Canopy. He was looking for you
did something
everywhere.
happen?
Apparently, Shilonin's ready to start forging your ancient name. She needs to check the progress of the Pilgrim's Chronicle and that device she gave you before. Invited a bunch of people there, including me. So let's head to the stadium once you're done
This is
here.
a critical time for you, Traveler. It's best not to delay, so let us end our conversation for now. Best of luck to you all. Goodbye.
A mysterious guy. Still, he doesn't seem quite as intimidating as before. We're basically comrades now, right? Anyway, let's head to the stadium. Shouldn't keep everyone waiting.
So in the end, the captain still hasn't told us his real goal. He kind of reminds Paimon of someone we met recently. Oh, right, the Lord of the Night! They just seem so tired, you know? Since they've both been alive for many centuries, do you think that's just what happens when you've been alive for too long?
If only I could balance the numbers.
I'm gonna go here because I'm getting pestered with updates for this, so... Now, we did learn in the last update, too, that to forge an ancient name costs the life of the current wielder. Or the blacksmith, which I think they're probably going to change, too. Alright, whose voice and who's not? Sure it took your sweet time. Wretched scoundrels, how dare you keep the almighty Dragon Lord Kaluowa waiting. Kneel before us and apologize, or we'll... Don't listen to him. We just got here, too.
Kanich, Kachina, Mualani? Woo, everyone's here!
Reunited at last. Did you miss us?
Oh, the lisping noise is still there. I'm sorry, I didn't realize everyone had to be Salazar Slytherin of the House of Slytherin from Harry Potter. Fuck, everyone's a parcel tongue.
I brought candy and cookies to share.
Oh, Kachina's voiced now! That's interesting, because Kachina was one of those affected by the strike before. That's intriguing.
Of course we missed you. Ooh, you brought Source Crackers too? Score!
Kachina wasn't voiced in 5.1.
Ah, just in time, Traveler. It's so stifling in here. I was just about to go outside to get some air.
It's the same temperature outside. Anyway, how was the trip here?
Pretty smooth.
To be honest, I also didn't expect this many people to show up. A third of this amount is more than enough for my plan.
What do you need them here?
I need to ask them about you, gather their thoughts and hopes. That will help the formation of your ancient name. Oh, you brought the Pilgrim's Chronicle, right? Yeah, let me take a look. Okay. The progress looks good. We have enough people, so let's get started.
Sorry I'm late.
Shaska showing up late for something? That's a first.
I had to follow a group of monsters further than expected. When I got back, I heard about what you did for my tribe. Thank you.
He deserves most of the credit. Plus, if it weren't for your help during the battle, the Collective of Plenty would have suffered a lot more. We have the manpower to spare, so it's only right that we return the favor. Just glad everything worked out.
Okay, let's save the pleasantries for later. Everyone's here, so let's get started. All right, let me remind everyone what's going to happen. I need each of you to stand before the Pilgrim's Chronicle and share your stories about the Traveler. Your words will be recorded and become a part of the Traveler's ancient name. Any, questions?
I imagine that the name's going to be whatever translates to Traveler.
Nope.
All right, then, to start things off...
Hold on. Remember what we discussed?
Oh, right, I almost forgot. Traveler, Paimon, you, can't be here for this part.
Huh? But why? We want to hear what everyone has to say.
I need people's true thoughts and feelings. It's best if the subject in question isn't involved. It's much more difficult to express those feelings to someone's face. People get shy in those situations. It's just how it is.
Yeah, even she has a little bit of a hiss on her words.
You're right. Just like when Paimon doesn't have enough more to pay for her meal, but she's too embarrassed to tell the Traveler, so she has to make up some excuse.
Paimon, I don't think that's the same.
So basically, you want us to leave the Pilgrim's Chronicle here and wait nearby?
Oh, don't worry. This shouldn't take long.
Everything Shilonen said made sense, but did you see Lolly's reaction back there? She was definitely the one who decided we should leave. But staying out here is just making Paimon even more curious about what everyone's gonna say. Anyway, you're gonna have an ancient name soon. Ooh, that's so exciting! Feels like we've been in Natlan for quite a while already, doesn't it?
We've been traveling together for even longer.
Right. If only Paimon could say a few things about you in there.
Well, looks like you're about to have that chance.
Shilonen, is everything all set?
Almost. We're just missing one last thing. You've been by the Traveler's side the longest, Paimon. We need to hear what you have to say.
That was a long, there had to be a time skip there, because there's no way she got through, 8 people in that much time.
Paimon's not from Natlan.
Oh, it doesn't matter. As a Traveler's companion, your contributions are extremely important. You're the perfect person to finish the story. Sorry, Traveler. I just need to borrow Paimon for a second. It should be quick.
That took longer than
Paimon
expected.
gave us a lot, and I mean a lot of information. I'm not even sure the Lord of the Night managed to get all of it.
Well, we've been to 6 nations already.
Here, you can have the Pilgrim's Chronicle back. I'll need it when I forge the name, but you can continue your adventures in the meantime. And when the time comes, I will forge you an ancient name unlike anything that's come before, so that you, Moika, and Natlan as a whole can finally put an end to this endless war.
Alright. Is that it? That is it. Alright, well, I don't really know what I was expecting, but let me switch to my friend team. And then we're just gonna run around and do stuff. I wanted my primary goal. We're gonna get the events done for the next the red events. We're gonna get that done, and then we're going to do the north area. All right, let's head to here, and then I need to also go into my teapot to get the current.
Thank you for coming.
This one's very short, and it may seem a bit disappointing, but I'm not actually that disappointed, because right now with
This realm is...
with the lack of voice acting, I'd really like as little content as possible.
If you ever have...
Alright. Oh, I got an Ayato dialogue. Let's go.
Hello. Good timing. I have a job that needs doing, and you are the only one who can do it. Just wanted to see how you'd react.
Anything you want to do?
Have you ever taken a dog for a walk? Yes, where you stroll together with a canine companion. Dogs are instinctually loyal, but no matter how well behaved a dog might be, it gets unhappy if it's cooped up in the same place for too long. Bringing it outdoors and watching it run free and enjoy itself is a splendid way to relax. It puts you in a good mood. Don't you want to try?
Sure.
Raring to go, I see. All right then. If you have any reservations starting out, we can treat this as a practice area. Once you've reached the point where you're able to enjoy it, we can head out onto the streets, drinking some milk tea and walking the dogs. I wouldn't be surprised if it causes some commotion. Not that I mind, of course.
I just want to point out, too, all of them are done. All the hangout events. Fully completed. I will say, I found Lynette's to have the most interesting story, but Lynette also, Kaya's had Klee, and any story with Klee is never a bad story, so... But, Kaya's was weird though, because it started in Sumeru, but only one of the endings, one of the 5 endings was even in Sumeru. The rest of them were all, actually I think some were in Liyue, and then the rest were in Mondstadt. But, Lynette's had the most, in all honesty, some of the endings, Lynette had could have honestly been like 5-star character plots. It just got ruined by the fucking card minigame. That was completely unnecessary.
Here's how I allocate my energy on a job.
Anyways, we'll get this done,
70% goes to
and then we'll do the world quest up top. By the way, I wasn't planning on streaming Friday because of my interview, but then I realized that Friday is my 3rd-year streaming anniversary.
Huh? What's
Now I
the
gotta
sound?
stream.
Seems like it's coming from that bridge.
I'll probably play a game that I can just have fun enjoying. Like I was thinking Mario Sports Mix, or maybe Digimon Rumble Arena 2 again.
Oh no! Why is she crying? Should we go check on her? You know, just in case she's thinking of doing something stupid.
I'd leave her be. The warriors of the Flower Feather Clan are a proud bunch who never show their vulnerability in public, even if they've gone wingless.
Oh, Chaska?
Good to see you again, Traveler and Paimon.
That makes sense with the story plot we just dealt with, where it was all people, maybe not the last guy, but the first 2 were definitely people that had a fear they never discussed with anyone.
Before we carry on, let's get a little further away before Koyer notices us.
So, that girl on the bridge, Koyer, you said? Should she really be on her own right now? With the mental state she's in, it just seems risky.
Don't worry. That's exactly why I'm here. Elder Alpa sent me to keep an eye on her. If she does attempt the unthinkable, I'll swoop in and catch her. I doubt it'll come to that, though. She's a fighter. A warrior, in fact. One who aimed for the sky. However despondent she might feel now, I'm confident she'll get through it.
What do you mean, aimed for the sky?
Well, in the Flower Feather Clan, there's an elite flying squad made up of Kukasaur riders. But it's an extremely selective squad. To become a rider, you need to undergo a trial where you not only demonstrate mastery of the relevant skills, but also win the approval of the Kukasaurs. Very few candidates make it through the process. Koyer has spent years training for her most recent attempt, but unfortunately she didn't pass. So it's not hard to see why she's so upset. Sometimes, after multiple failed attempts to pass the flying test and win the Kukasaur's approval, people get so disheartened that they give up on their dream to soar the skies. They resolve to quit trying for good. We call those people the wingless.
Do they get expelled from the tribe?
No.
No, of course not. They're still prized warriors.
They don't get expelled from the tribe, they just get thrown off a ledge.
We have a saying. Just as the Kukasaur treasures every feather on its body, so the tribe treasures each one of its children. This hits even harder in the wake of the war. All of our young warriors carry the future of our tribe on their shoulders. Besides, every Kukasaur falls from its nest before it learns to fly. It's practically a rite of passage. Likewise for the wingless, we always hold out hope that one day, when they're ready, they'll rekindle their dreams and keep trying. Until then, all we can do is quietly watch over them from a distance. Just like I'm doing now.
Ah, okay. Paimon hopes she'll get back on her feet soon.
Well, From the sound of her whistling, her confidence has been seriously shaken. No Kukasaur is going to respond to a call that sounds like that.
Whistling?
Yeah. People from my tribe call to their saurian companions by whistling or blowing a horn. So it sounds like Koyer was trying to summon a Kukasaur to practice her flying. But the Kukasaurs are an even prouder bunch than our warriors. They would never respond to a lackluster whistle like that. First she failed the trial, and now she's struggling to even summon a Kukasaur. That's only gonna hurt her confidence further. And getting trapped in the—
Surely there must be something we can do to help.
That's very kind of you. Koyer's flying skills are up to par, but mentally she's stuck in a rut. If she wants to return to the sky, she has to overcome that for herself. I'm going to lay low nearby, just in case she takes a turn for the worse. Let me give you a tour around the tribe once this is all over.
That camera angle was specifically chosen. Just gonna say.
Koyer still isn't giving up. Even though Chaska said that she has to do this by herself, Paimon can't help feeling like maybe we can nudge her in the right direction. What if we could get a Kukusaur to fly up to her? That might give her the confidence boost she needs.
That sounds like a plan.
It's a Kukasaur! Oh my gosh! Is this really happening? I did it! I summoned one! I was beginning to think you'd all given up on me completely. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
No, to wait until she's not looking and fly out of here.
Excuse me? Would you mind if we did some flying practice together? Right now? I think I know where I went wrong in the test now. I need to maintain a higher speed on my turns. So, I just gotta practice my bell tail slides and split S maneuvers.
Don't sound complicated. I'm out of my depth. This is too dangerous.
Also, I really want to try some stall turns and cobra maneuvers.
Becky, I've never even carried a passenger, let alone while doing all that. You need to get out of here.
Huh? That sounded like a whistle. Is someone else trying to summon a Kukas? Hey! Wait! Wait!
So providing the perfect cover to make your escape. Obviously, we know who it was, right?
Better now? Let's go back to that bridge and check. Are you running away?
Yeah.
Chaska! I summoned a Kukasaur! They do still respond to me after all! Although, unfortunately, someone else summoned it away again before I had a chance to go for a flight.
Oh, really? That is unfortunate.
He obviously
But if
made
you
the
can
whistle
do it
noise.
once, you can do it again. Keep at it, and you'll pass the trial eventually.
You're right. You know, I almost thought about giving up, but I'm glad I didn't.
Hey, Chaska, how's Koyer doing?
Huh? Who are you? And how do you know my name?
These are my, friends. The Traveler and Paimon. You came up in conversation the other day because I was telling them about up-and-coming warriors in our tribe.
Oh, the Traveler, huh? So that's you. What do you mean up-and-coming? I'm closer to being wingless than I am to passing the trial. Anyway, we haven't met before, have we? You look so familiar somehow.
Maybe you saw him in the stadium? Or anywhere, really. He's been all over Natlan lately, so it's not surprising that you've seen him around.
If you say so.
Yeah, must be it.
Koyer, Chaska.
Here you are. I've been looking everywhere for you two.
Oh, Elder Alpa! What's the matter?
I thought I should tell you myself. We're going to redo the flying trials.
Redo them? How come? This is so unexpected. And I can't believe you came out here just to tell us that in person.
It's embarrassing to admit, but due to time constraints, we didn't do a proper inspection of the arena before the last round of trials began. Then we started to notice many candidates performing worse than expected. So we redid the inspection afterwards and found a number of issues which likely impacted candidate performance. This was entirely our mistake, and I apologize unreservedly. I know it doesn't make up for it,
See?
but I
Random
thought bringing you this
NPC.
message in person
Animovision.
was the least I could do.
Just want to emphasize this again. Generic NPC with a vision.
Oh, okay.
Chaska, these people you're with, are they the Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? You've heard of us?
I have indeed. Gathering intel is an essential part of being a warrior. Plus, you've already made quite a name for yourself in Natlan. Actually, I've been meaning to invite you to enjoy our tribe's hospitality for some time.
Hospitality? That includes food, right?
Of course it does. If you let us host you, you'll be treated quite lavishly. Mighty warriors are highly revered in our tribe. Besides, we still owe you for your help during the war. Without you, we would have suffered far worse at the hands of the Abyss. So I like the chance to show you our gratitude on behalf of the whole tribe.
Mighty warriors, plural? So Paimon counts too? Paimon's starting to like you a lot.
That should go without saying. Your flying skills are the envy of our tribe.
The Flower Feather clan seems like a really nice bunch of people. We definitely need to take her up on this offer.
Well, I'd love to stay, but I'm afraid I still have to inform the other candidates about the retrials. With our younger generation's future on the line, there's no time to lose.
Wait, Elder Alpa! Let me help! The sooner everyone gets the news, the better.
Very well. In that case, Chaska, could I leave you to entertain our guests?
Sure thing.
To me, this is also appearance-wise, but even like voice and personality, Chaska to me just seems like a more positive Rosaria. Like, I almost see them being identical, except Chaska's a bit more optimistic, or at least neutral, while Rosaria is obviously pessimistic.
Okay. Let's meet by the Obsidian Totem Pole later. Koyer, let's get going.
Okay.
Alright, they're out of earshot. I'm just gonna come out and ask. That Kukasaur who responded to Koyer's call, that was your doing, wasn't it? I grew up with these creatures. I could tell something was off the second I saw it. His whole demeanor seemed less like a Kukasaur and more like, well, you. So I figure you must have been pulling the strings somehow.
Can't believe you saw
I looked
through
very
it.
flustered when Koyer asked for a ride, so I whistled to give him a chance to escape. And judging by the look on your face, that was a welcome intervention, huh? It's alright. If you'd rather your hidden talents remain hidden, I respect that. I won't press you for answers, and I'll keep my speculations to myself. You're the kind of person I'd still trust even if you had superpowers. I know you'd use them for good.
Technically, I deceived Koyer. Does that count as for
I
good?
think the ends justify the means in this case. She just lacked confidence, and you helped her resolve her internal conflict.
What do you mean mental projection ethical? What do you mean by mental projection?
If you hadn't intervened, I likely would have gotten my mom to help out instead. Although, having said that, there's a small chance she might have recognized her and seen through the whole thing. That would have done more harm than good.
Okay, no harm was done in the end.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're free now, how about I give you that tour I promised?
It's still not really confirmed whether you're mentally taking over or if you're just straight up taking over. Like, I become the Kukasaur here. In a previous cutscene, you were the Kukasaur, had to walk off screen to turn back into the Traveler. So, I honestly think you turn into the beast. I guess. It's not really explained for some dumb reason.
Ready? I'm gonna get you! Uh-oh. Are they fighting? Should we try and break them up?
They're fine. Just doing their daily combat training.
Combat training? A little young for that, aren't they?
Not to us. We're a tribe of warriors. In ancient times, we were the most elite troops in the nation, responsible for patrolling and defending all of Natlan. And even though times have changed, we've kept our martial spirit alive.
Hey, is that Chaska?
Chaska, you're back!
Oh, can you come train with us?
Now's not a good time, I'm afraid. I'm showing the Traveler and Paimon around. Maybe next time.
The Traveler and Paimon? Wait, you mean that legendary warrior and legendary flying expert?
Legendary? Yep, that's us, alright.
Awesome. It's so cool that you can fly without having to ride a Kukusaur. Even Chaska could only do that for short distances. Mr. Traveler, can you teach me some cool sword tricks?
Oh, Mr. Traveler! My family shop makes the best volcano cake. You gotta try it!
Let's behave ourselves, everyone. These people are here as our guests. They're going to meet Elder Alpa in a few minutes anyway. Kotini, instead of being jealous of other people's talents, why not work on developing your own? Kapak, there's no point in trying any cool sword tricks until you've mastered the basics. Have you done all your sword drills today? And Natlan, easy does it, okay? Not every conversation has to turn into you plugging the family business.
All right, see you later, Israel. Thanks for dropping by.
Okay.
Hope you continue enjoying Mario and Luigi.
Sorry about those kids. They just got overexcited when they heard your name. Hope it didn't bother you too much. This is a volcano cake that Natlan forced into my hands. She said to think of it as an apology gift.
Whoa, it smells amazing! Traveler, you want some?
That's good. Natlan will be thrilled.
Second. I'm gonna go make a refill on my hot chocolate. I'll be right back. back. Let me just plug in the kettle. Alright.
By the way, Chaska, those kids really adore you. You're way better with them than Paimon expected. Paimon figured you'd be more...
Rosaria?
aloof, maybe?
So, yeah, that's it. I want Rosaria and Chaska to meet. That's another one. That's another on my list. Still need Farina and Fischl. I think Sino and Clorend would get along well. I still want more performers to meet, like Nilu, Farina, Yunjin, Barbara.
Aloof, huh? Well, to be fair, there was a period when I was like that. Around the time when I first joined the tribe. But it's a terrible attitude to have as a peacemaker. It tends to turn situations that could have had a peaceful resolution into a stalemate that can only be resolved by force.
Beating both parties into submission.
Exactly. As long as other options are available, I try to avoid that at all costs. Someone once told me that peace imposed by force will crumble in a matter of days. But peace achieved through genuine dialogue actually benefits both sides. Even if sometimes the parties are only willing to negotiate because they're both armed to the teeth.
That's true. Hey, Chaska!
Uncle Cusco knows you're back, and he's coming to get you.
Oh, thanks. Traveler, Paimon. Got a dash. I'll meet you at the totem pole up ahead. You can't miss it. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
Wait, are you running away?
First rule of conflict resolution? Grab the fan and run before the you-know-what hits.
Trust Chaska to make even running away sound cool.
Sorry about this. Just stall him for me, okay? I'll explain everything later.
A golden-haired outlander and a white flying object. You must be the traveler in Paimon.
Why is Paimon constantly referred to as an object?
I heard Chaska was with you, but I suppose she's run away again, has she?
Sorry, who are you?
Who am I? Only her father. She's supposed to go for a checkup every 3 months to see how her abyss condition is doing. We both agreed on it. But she's already missed 3 checkups this year. That's 3 out of 4. Yes, she got exposed to abyssal energy as a young child. Then her birth parents abandoned her. It's lucky those wild Kukusaurs found her when they did, or she wouldn't have made it. They took her under their wing and raised her as one of their own. Eventually, some riders out on patrol spotted her and brought her back to the tribe. But she was practically feral at that point. The moment you took your eyes off her, she'd be getting herself into a fight, or she'd run away to be with the Saurians. She seemed to prefer them to her own kind. She might as well have been a Saurian in human form.
That must be the aloof period she mentioned, right?
There's a lot more going on than just being aloof.
We later discovered that her exposure to the abyss had planted seeds of conflict in her heart. So, we started trying to bring it under control.
It's interesting because when you compare that to Rosaria, who didn't grow up in, like, she grew up around people, but she was raised by bandits that didn't treat her well and even took advantage of her in many, many ways before she woke up one morning and slit all their throats. And then I think she was, I don't know if she was found by Varka or just found by someone and Varka took her in. Like, despite how, like, that she's one of those people where her vision betrays her because, like, while it's still not confirmed, it's believed that Pyro is like love and peace. So she does actually care about Mondstadt. But she cares more about the people in it and the city itself than, you know, like any she doesn't particularly care about the idea of worship per se, right? Despite being a nun.
But ultimately, she's the only one who can control it. Anyway, she's much more human these days.
Don't worry about her. She seems pretty stable to Paimon. She's probably only avoiding the checkups because she thinks it'll stop you guys from worrying about her.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. She knows she needs to be careful. If her condition ever took a turn for the worse, she wouldn't be brushing it aside like this. It's just, every checkup she's been to, they find new cuts and bruises. Nothing to do with the Abyss, of course. Oh no, that's all fine. The problem with her is, she's her own worst enemy. She's been living dangerously again. I'm sure of it. That's why she's avoiding the checkups. She wants to hide it from us.
Yeah, Paimon can see her doing that.
Oh. In the past, she always had Koichi to keep an eye on her. Now Koichi's gone, and I don't want to lose another daughter. Chaska's been increasingly reckless since Koichi passed. It's like she's trying to make up for it somehow.
Well, she did lose her sister in her arms, so...
Next time you see her, please tell her to be careful for me. Even if she doesn't want to hear it. If she doesn't want to do these checkups anymore, that's fine. I just want her to stop putting herself in harm's way.
Whoa, where did the time go? We should be back up with Chaska before it gets any later. To get to the totem pole, we need to head north, right? Hey, Chaska! Hey, Alba!
There to keep you waiting.
It's all right. I bet my dad talked your heads off, huh? What did he say?
You used to run away from home nearly every other day, and that nearly half your peers got beaten up by you as a kid.
I was sometimes a little impulsive back then.
That's putting it mildly.
The memories. It feels like it was only yesterday when we brought you back and had Cusco and his family take you in. Back then, no one imagined this feral child would grow up to be the strongest warrior of the Flower Feather clan.
Huh? You were the one that brought Chaska back to the tribe?
That's right. Elder Alpa was already a veteran rider by then. She spotted me while patrolling from the skies and tracked down my Kukasaur mom. Mom agreed it was time I tried to re-enter human society. But I didn't know the first thing about being civilized. I clashed with everyone who had to deal with me.
And look at you now. Renowned throughout the land as a peacemaker. How time flies. When the day comes that I can't fly anymore, it will be up to you to look after our tribe and our flying squad.
You know me, though. I'm not a natural commander. I'm better off as a lone wolf on the front line. So, stick it out at least a few more years, okay? Give Koyer and the others time to come into their own.
Oh, stop.
Wait, so isn't the leader just the strongest warrior in the tribe? At least Paimon figured that's how your tribe would work.
Strength is certainly a core tenet in the Flower Feather clan. But strength means far more than martial prowess alone.
If it all came down to individual strength, I'd struggle to call myself a warrior, let alone a member of the flying squad. Any fighter in the tribe could take me down. Well, sorry to disappoint you. It was something I aspired to at one point. So much so that I went adventuring in the Cinder City, Natlan, to try and prove myself. But it was foolish of me. I wasn't ready. I came back empty-handed and seriously injured. The fact that I survived was something, I suppose. But after that, I never seriously considered myself a strong fighter.
And yet, you still managed to become the leader of the flying squad, thanks to your experience and determination. All while battling those old injuries. Don't you think that's a display of strength in its own right?
Let's shelve this discussion for now. Traveler, Paimon, there are some simple refreshments on the table. Please help yourselves.
Yes! Paimon was waiting for that part!
Can you just gorge yourself in a bunch of volcano cakes?
They were for the snack stomach. The refreshment stomach still has plenty of space.
This is like Alf.
Paimon is so...
How do you eat so much? I have 10 major organs, 8 of which are stomachs.
Well, if you're enjoying our hospitality, feel free to stay with us as long as you like.
Elder Alba? There's, something's come up.
What happened? Is it serious? Shall I deal with it?
It's... Some merchants showed up, not from our tribe. They said they're here to discuss some potential collaboration with us. Why now? This is terrible timing. There are a few wingless that we haven't managed to reach yet, and we still haven't inspected the retrial arena.
It comes with
Let
being
me
an
handle
elder,
the
huh?
other errands while you meet with the merchants. You shouldn't be trying to do everything at your age.
You should help too. Seems only fair after all that food we ate.
Up the digestion process.
Well, much obliged. Cheska, the remaining wingless are all people you know. Let's see. Pishika now manages the floating target balloons. Waska's probably still addicted to eyes on the feathered prize, and Junon spends her days up on the flying platform, staring at the Cinder City. I'll leave you to tell them the news.
All right.
Are you sure you don't want to reconsider, Pashika?
I appreciate it, boss. But honestly, I'm pretty happy with my life nowadays.
Pashika, they're redoing the flying trials. Huh? Utoda?
Ah, did Alpa send you? I was just telling Pashika the news, actually. The way things are with the tribe these days? I mean, you don't need me to tell you. This here is no future for a seasoned warrior like you.
Ah, come on, boss. Do you have any idea how long it's been? I've been wingless for years now. I'm not cut out for that anymore. Of course, I'll do my part if we ever need to defend the tribe. But there's really no point in me trying out for the flying squad now. I've already made my peace with it. Not everyone has what it takes to return to the sky after going wingless. Elder Alpa's perseverance is something else. And it's okay if I'm not destined for greatness. I might not have the Kukasaur's approval, but with my hot air balloons, I can still reach the skies. Handling these balloons every day, seeing how the customers react, the looks on their faces.
Finding something you love doing can be just as hard as passing the flying trial. It's worth holding on to.
Fair enough. It's your choice. I won't force you.
Oh, by the way, you should try taking a balloon ride if you've got the time. Once you've been up there for yourself, you'll see why I love it so much. No
Next
problem.
time for sure.
If you ever want to give it a try, you know where to find me.
Alright. Hello.
A retrial? What's the point? I pretty much treat life like it's a game. No Kukasaur's ever going to approve of that, no matter how many times I try.
Waskar, I can assure you, Kukasaurus wouldn't judge you for something like that.
Well, they must be judging me for something. Maybe I lack fighting spirit, or just don't have the talent. Not everyone's a natural like you. Don't waste your time on me. You'll have better luck with the ones who still have their heads in the clouds. In the meantime, I think I'm gonna treat myself to a few more games of Eyes on the Feathered Prize.
Yeesh, there's wingless, then there's being a total lost cause.
He used to be a fierce warrior, actually. But fighting spirit alone won't win you the Kukasaurus approval.
Are all Kukasaurs so strict? The ones in floating target balloons and Eyes on the Feathered Prize seem pretty chilled out.
It's one thing to hang out and have fun, but quite another to take to the skies with a human life on your back. Giving a ride to someone who's unqualified endangers not only the rider, but also the Kukasaur themselves. If the rider makes a mistake, they both suffer the consequences. So we have a mutual understanding with the Kukasaurs. If someone isn't up to standard, we have to reject them.
Makes
Even
sense.
if it means breaking their hearts.
That makes, like perfect sense. Like, even just look at it in our technology, it's like they're not just gonna put any idiot behind a jet plane or an airplane, right? Like, someone needs to be incredibly trained and qualified to be able to do that task.
Hey, Junan. Gazing out at Natlan again, huh?
Chaska? What are you doing here? Is something up?
The flying squad is hosting retrials again soon. Want to give it another try?
Maybe you're forgetting the definition of wingless. I've failed so many times already that I've decided to call it quits
she
for
has
good.
the hiss too?
I'm done. Elder Alpa always goes out of her way to come and tell me when a new trial is coming up, and it's nice of her to think of me. But nothing's gonna change. I'm not going to suddenly pass just because they're holding another trial.
They're making some big changes to the arena this time, so the flying experience should be smoother than before. Koyer's gonna try again.
No, forget it. If I was genuinely good enough to make the squad, the location shouldn't affect my chances. A true rider can fly confidently whatever the conditions, like you and Elder Alpa.
Junan! They're redoing the... Huh? Chaska and the Traveler. You're already here. I guess they told you already then. Come on, let's go train together.
I'm gonna sit this one out.
What? Why? But you've always looked up to Elder Alpa. She went wingless after her injury and spent years drifting, but even she came back and made it in the end. If she can do it, why can't you?
I mean, I don't have that kind of perseverance. And besides, the last thing I want to do is fail in front of her yet again.
Oh, come on. You know you don't need to worry about that. All right, well, how about we just treat this as you being my mentor?
Then will you train with me? I mean... Enough umming and ahhing. Let's just get up in the air and figure it out as we go. Wait! Hold on, slow down. I can't keep up.
Well, that's one way to do it.
She was she unwittingly chose the hard way.
They've been best friends since they were kids. If anyone knows how to get Junan out of a rut, it's Koyer. You helped Koyer deal with her internal conflict, and now she's done the same for someone else. You know, people often talk about how one conflict leads to another and so on. But sometimes in life, things spiral in a good direction instead.
I'm gonna give, I think out of the three of them though, I'm gonna give kudos to the hot balloon guy. Like, let's be real here. The dude didn't just kind of bow out, like, you know, like, just decide, no, I keep failing, you know, life sucks. He's like, no, you know what? I failed, but I found something else, and I like doing it. Like, fucking yes, let's go, dude. Okay, that's Act 1. This one probably has all three acts to it.
On the list now, right? Where to next?
The trial arena. It's not far from the tribe.
Oh, hey there, Chaska. Did Elder Alpa send you?
Yeah, she's got other things on her plate right now. How are things looking here?
Well, the inspection revealed numerous blockages all over the trial arena. It looks like they're the result of ley line disorders caused by repeat abyss invasions. Theoretically, we just need to clear those obstacles, and the arena will fill up with gaseous phlogiston again. But that's proving difficult to achieve in practice, for all sorts of reasons. Why don't you head on down and check things out for yourself? Feel free to ask the staff for more details.
All right. I figured they'd give me her. Not gonna lie, how she rides it is really cool. She's casual as fuck. And like even the going down animation, like that's actually really cool.
Let's fly.
How strange. Why is there so much solid phlogiston here?
Well, could be from the Children of Echoes. Maybe it got swept up here due to the ley line disturbances? And I did see those strange markings on the cliff.
I can't think of a way to resolve this. Short of going all the way to the Children of Echoes to borrow it to Petlisaur.
Oh, are you here to help? Thank goodness. There's no way I could do all this by myself. So the blockage here has to be cleared using a special bomb, but carrying explosives up that steep slope would be a recipe for disaster. If I dropped it or slipped and fell, I'd be blown to bits in an instant. So, my plan was to transport the bomb to the other side, then send it over in a hot air balloon. All I need now is for someone else to strike the balloon at the right moment, dropping the payload right on top of the spout, and problem solved. What do you think? Simple enough, right?
I think I can handle that. Was that hot air balloon up there yours too?
Oh, that one. No, I've got no idea who that belongs to. Or how they got it up so high. I just wish I could fly up there and check out what kind of tech they're using. Ah, well. Getting the trial arena back in order is more important. I'll head over and set up now. All right! Get ready!
I'm guessing there's no legitimate way to get anywhere near that.
Giddy up!
This is crazy. I put all of my strength into it. Maybe Inkanak was right after all. If a stable structure is formed inside the solid phlogiston, I'll need to hit all the weak spots at the same time. But how am I supposed to do?
She launches 4 arrows. I don't have enough.
Take me up! Open fire!
I think it should be possible to clear this spout with just a few hard hits. But there are signs of strange life in here. Meddling with it might be dangerous.
Hey! Monsters!
Let's go.
The gaseous phlogiston is being replenished. Looks like all the spouts have been unblocked. Let's head back up.
much higher? Up here.
Wow,
Bird's very
you
awkward to
took care of
control.
everything in no time at all. Incredible work. Now we just have to wait until the gaseous phlogiston is fully replenished. Then we can kick off the retrials.
Actually, Inkanak, I'd like to do a test flight first, just to make sure we're not missing anything. Could you arrange that for me?
Huh? But you only just finished getting the arena ready. There could still be other hazards we're unaware of.
All the more reason to have me test it out. Think of it as another inspection.
I guess you're right. With your flying skills, you won't be in any serious danger, even if there are hazards we overlooked.
The conditions in this area seem a little unstable, but a test flight is the only way to catch any lingering issues.
All right, I'll get things set up for you. Just let me know when you're ready. Are you ready? This should be
Yep.
all right. Take me up.
There's going to be a lot of trials like this across the map. Or at least across this one region. The other region we haven't really done anything in because I already did the quest there. They have kind of like a bat-related ally that... that jumps high and can glide, but it's mostly high jumping.
That's amazing. Paimon couldn't take her eyes off you.
No, nothing major. Give it a few days, and we should be able to conduct the trials.
Help! Help me! You're from the Flower Feather clan, right? Please, come quick, you've got to help us!
Catch your breath first. What's the situation?
We got attacked by a Kukasaur. My friends are still stranded in the middle of the road with the goods we were transporting. Please, I'm begging you, save them!
Huh? Are Kukusaurs really that aggressive? Do they usually attack groups of people unprovoked?
Not in my experience, but there are exceptions to every rule. Let's go check it out.
Ouch! I've never seen such an aggressive Kukusaur.
Tasca? Traveler? This is a surprise.
Elder Alba? Huh. So, where's this aggressive Kukusaur we've heard about?
Already flew away. Looks like it backed off once it realized that reinforcements were coming.
So why do you think it attacked these people in the first place? Was it after the food?
No. These merchants are even transporting food.
Ah! Thank goodness! The phlogiston wings are intact!
Phlogiston wings.
Thank you so much for coming to our rescue. These phlogiston wings are our most prized goods. If anything happened to them, it would ruin us.
Wait a minute. Are you the merchants that were looking to collaborate with us? Wormy told me about you.
Yeah, that's us. So I take it you're Elder Ulpa?
So wait, are these kind of like a glider that works on phlogiston? Wouldn't I guess that would kind of like nullify the need of the Kukasaur, wouldn't it?
I am. You must be exhausted from your journey, not to mention shaking up from the attack. Let me bring you back to our tribe to rest. We can talk business after you've recovered.
But Elder Ulpa, what about the Kukasaur attack?
Well, our guests here weren't seriously injured, and their goods are intact. Perhaps that Kukasaur was just having a bad day. There are so many of them around here. You'd expect something like this every once in a while. I don't think we need to pursue it any further. More importantly, how are the preparations for the flying trials going?
Trials will be able to start very soon.
Did you say flying trials? What a coincidence! Sounds like a perfect use case for our phlogiston wings. You'll be pleasantly surprised by what they can do.
Oh, really? Now I'm intrigued.
Well then, let's forget all about this Kukasaur attack for now. We have some serious business to discuss.
Huh?
So that's it? That all went smoother than expected. Well, guess we'd better get going. Huh? Chaska?
What are you looking at? Oh, it actually uses their feathers.
A blood-stained feather.
They're hunting Kukasaurs to make these. Yeah, and because Cheska's out.
Should be about ready to hold the new flying trials by now.
That was a very short chapter in comparison. Then again, the last one was the same too. With the Masters of the Nightwind, the second chapter was very short.
Hmm? Ah, Traveler and Paimon. You came.
Yep, and it looks like we made it just in time. Although, can't say the same for the Kukusaurs. Bit of a load.
Yeah, you'll see why soon enough.
Low turnout.
All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1, fly!
Whoa! We're really flying! I feel light as a feather. I'm flying without a Kukasaur.
These phlogiston wings are awesome.
What's going on? Paimon can barely believe her eyes. How did they fly all on their own?
What happened while we were gone?
The merchants we ran into that day were selling a product called phlogiston wings. It's a flying machine worn on the back. To operate it, you just use a handheld trackball that controls the flow of gaseous phlogiston.
That's incredible.
Yeah. If our tribe, well, if Natlan mass adopted this technology, it would revolutionize our mobility and responsiveness in times of crisis. Just think of the countless tragedies that could be averted.
I feel like I'm dreaming. Did I really just fly on my own without the help of a Kukasaur?
You'd better believe it. Plus, you just passed a flying trial. Right, Elder Ulpa?
Elder Ulpa?
Should this really count as a pass? If we did the trial using phlogiston wings?
Why not? The scoring rubric is about flying performance. It doesn't specifically say you have to ride a Kukasaur, does it?
Yeah, maybe, but... I mean, even Chaska had to ride a Kukasaur in a trial, right? And the whole point of the trial is to test both your flying technique and your ability to work with a Saurian companion.
Well, if we can fly by ourselves, maybe we don't need to test the ladder anymore.
Chaska, Traveler, what are your thoughts on this new invention?
Unknown quantity, used with caution.
That's what I think too.
I think, like, this is one of those things where it's like it's good to have as a backup, but or as an alternative, but it shouldn't replace the tradition, because the whole point is each tribe has a Saurian companion. If they mass adopt this, then they basically nullify a companion.
I agree that they have strategic value, but I don't think it makes any sense to evaluate candidates by the current testing standards if they're using phlogiston wings.
Why? Shunan finally mustered the courage to go through with this, and now you're saying it doesn't count?
We don't have any experience using these wings in battle, nor is it immediately obvious how to incorporate them into the existing systems in our tribe. Taking a longer-term perspective, I think we need to start by getting thoroughly acquainted with how these things work. Then we can develop a new trial format with new assessment criteria, tailored to candidates using the phlogiston wings.
You all raise valid points. But Chaska, while your proposal sounds perfectly reasonable, it would probably take years to put it into practice. We lost so many people in that war. These phlogiston wings could be exactly what we need to strengthen our forces and boost morale in this trying time. And as for real-world battle experience, there will be plenty of opportunities to gain that. I have high hopes for you, Junon.
Huh? Hey, stop staring into space! Say thank you!
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Elder Alpa.
You have nothing to thank me for. Remember, the way you got your wings back was by relying on yourself.
Oh,
I don't agree with this.
Bad news.
Yep.
Kukusaurs are attacking the merchants again.
Again? Okay, everyone, stay put while I...
Huh? Chaska?
Yeah, they're absolutely, like, killing Kukusaurs to make these things.
Why did Chaska rush off like that? And then Elder Alpa...
Okay.
Oh, it's back! It found us again!
Run! Get out of here! Curses. She's really riled up this time. Hey! Stop running! We'll never outrun a creature with wings! Get back here and let's fight!
Stop! All of you!
Chaska! Oh, wonderful! Quick, get rid of that thing!
That's your mom.
What's going on? Why isn't she doing anything?
So it really is you, sister.
Oh, sister.
Wait, sister? That Kukusaur is Chaska's sister?
Koya, wait!
Is Chaska gonna be okay? Should we go check on her? Chaska, are you okay?
I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. No point. She's an expert at hiding her tracks. Once she's shaken you off, you'll never catch up to her. At least, I always used to lose to her at hide-and-seek when we were kids.
When you were kids?
Well, yeah. You know I was raised by Kukusaurs. Anyway, she and I grew up in the nest together. Her name's Koya, and she's my big sister. We played together all the time, chasing each other through treetops or mountaintops. It felt like it would go on that way forever. Until the day I was sent back to live with the humans. Not all Kukasaurs are friendly towards people. Koya, for instance, she's fine with me because we grew up around each other, but she's not fond of other humans. When Mom decided to send me away, Koya strongly protested, and after I left, she became more and more reluctant to interact with humans.
Maybe she thinks that humans stole you away from her.
It's a possibility, but in any case, we still stayed best friends at first. I had a hard time adjusting to life in the tribe, so whenever something went wrong, I'd run off into the wild and vent to Koya.
Ah, so that's what Uncle Cusco was talking about. He said you seemed to prefer hanging out with Saurians to your own kind back then.
Yeah, I did. But then, gradually, everything changed. With a new mom and dad, a new tribe, and Koichi. I started getting curious about these humans, and made an effort to understand their behavior. The more time I spent with them, the less I spent with Koya. And then, one day, it was Koya's turn to leave the nest. She sought me out and asked if I was willing to leave the tribe and go live in the wilderness with her. As far as I can remember, that was the first time she ever approached a human settlement on purpose.
So, how did you answer her?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you if I'd said yes. No, I was torn. On the one hand, I'd already made up my mind to embrace my new family and accept my human identity. But I also knew that Koya wasn't a fan of humans, and I didn't want to disappoint her. She saw it as a personal betrayal, threw a huge fit, and then flew off. We hadn't seen each other since, well, until today. Not for a lack of trying, though. I tried asking Mom where Koya's new nest was so I could talk things out with her. But Koya had already asked Mom not to tell me where she'd moved to. It must be hard for Mom, being stuck between her two daughters. So I didn't press the issue. And I didn't go looking for her.
Back to today's
If
events.
things carry on like this, I need to make sure I find her before anyone else. Even if she doesn't want to see me. For now, let's bring the wounded back to the tribe. And see what Mutota and Elder Alba have in mind.
What was wrong with that Kukusaur? Why was it so aggressive? If we just let it escape back into the wild, who's to say it won't attack again?
Oh, we already know what the problem is, so... Oh, well, I'm here. Oh, sweet, we actually have a dude here now. Previously, I had to talk to the statue. Yo, rank 1, let's go. I'm already at, I think, rank 2 or 3 on the Nightwind. I just decided to go all in on one, so I did the bounties and the rewards there. Once that's done, I'll do this one. Probably next week if I can get the exploration in soon.
Another Kukasaur attack.
Ha! I knew it! They're wild animals, and they can't be trusted.
Hey, show a little respect. The Kukasaurs are our partners.
Maybe in the flying squad, but they don't give a hoot about the rest of us.
Well, now that we have the phlogiston wings, do we even need the Kukasaurs anymore?
Are you
This
kidding?
is what is it?
How are we supposed to protect our tribe without them?
I didn't mean it like that.
Huh? Protect our tribe? Or are you just scared that your precious flying squad will lose its prestigious position?
You take that back!
Things are changing so quickly.
Chaska, there's a conflict emerging there. Aren't you going to nip it in the bud?
The whole tribe's talking about this now. Breaking up a single fight won't solve anything. The real source of conflict here is the phlogiston wings, and what happened with Koya.
On any other day, people would just brush this attack aside. After all, clashes between wild Kukasaurs and humans are no more common than those between people.
But now that the phlogiston wings have entered the equation, it's sparked a debate over whether our tribe needs the Kukasaurs at all.
I worry that we risk repeating the mistakes of the Cinder City. Back then, Lord Ochkon's hatred of the Saurians nearly destroyed the peace forged by the Pyro Archon. Chaska, to prevent things from deteriorating further, I'd like to task you with restoring peace to the tribe.
I will.
Traveler, you've already done so much for Natlan. And
Say no more, I'm in. Chaska is my friend.
Thank you.
And don't forget about Paimon. Just leave this to us.
This whole situation has unfolded so quickly that it's put us on a back foot. To tell the truth, it makes me a little suspicious.
You think someone might have orchestrated all this?
It's possible. Leave it with me. I'll look into it. Also, Chaska, could you try to keep a low profile while you're out there digging around? We don't want to give our hand away.
I'll do my best.
Okay, so where should we start?
This all began with Koya's attacks. If we can find out what led her to do it, that should give us something to work with.
But will she even talk to us?
Unlikely. Given how she reacted when I showed up, I don't think she's forgiven me. If you want to resolve a conflict through dialogue, sometimes you need a third-party facilitator. Let's go see my mom.
All right. Alright, let me collect this because this will give me more.
Wow, so this is where you used to live as a child?
Mm-hmm. When I was little, we used to do this thing where I'd jump from the top of this tree, and Koya would fly over from the platform and catch me in midair. Or sometimes we'd both fly from the treetop together, and then after some aerial maneuvering, she'd throw me up onto that platform.
I'm not interested, Pedro. Thank you, though.
After we got a bit older, we went to the nearby shores looking for even greater heights.
Stop! You're gonna give Paimon a heart attack!
Oh, really? I just thought it made a fun story.
It's
What?
scary.
You too? All right, fine.
You
Let's
too?
focus on the matter at hand. Hey, Mama Bird. I'm back. My last visit was only a week ago, wasn't it? See? I visit you more than I visit Papa Cusco. I brought a couple of friends with me. These are the Traveler and Paimon. Traveler, Paimon, this is my mom. Her name is Chimpu. In the human tongue, anyway.
Hi!
Did you understand Saurian
No,
language?
not really. I don't speak it as such, but I can sort of get the gist. Although only with Mom and Koya, since I spent my formative years with them. Even then, it's basically a best guess based on their sounds, body language, and expressions. Seems to work about 9 times out of 10, anyway. As for whether Mom understands me, I can't always tell. But somehow we still manage to communicate. Call it the family bond, I guess. Don't worry. I'm doing well, but I think Koya might be in some trouble. I know she's never been a fan of humans, but she's never deliberately attacked them before either. What's behind this sudden change?
Does, Auntie Chimpu know anything?
Doesn't look like it. Koya hasn't visited her in a long time. Then, could you please tell me where she's living nowadays? I really need to talk to her. If this animosity between her and the tribe continues, then the next time there's an incident, I don't know if I'll make it there in time. She said she'll take us there. Thank you, Mom.
All right. Oh, Jesus, of course. Further away. Oh, bless me. Can I make it? Can I make it? Yes, made it. This region is going, like this part, this one map is going to be fucking hell to figure out. Like to map complete and stuff.
This is a really remote location. Because she was trying to get as far away from humans as possible.
We stay here? Okay. Got it. Traveler. Paimon. Mom says we should stay out of sight for now. She'll talk to Koya first. Koya is very hostile toward humans right now. So if we show up unannounced, it might just make things worse.
See all the arrows?
Any idea what they're saying?
Sounds like things are more complicated than I imagined. There's evidence in this area suggesting that Koya might have been the victim of a human attack. No! It's Chime, Koya's child. The attackers kidnapped her. They came over the sea, under the cover of night, and they took Chime.
What the heck? Who would do such a thing?
I searched day and night, and finally found them.
Oh, yeah! T'Pol's contraption is working like a charm. Got her in one.
Hey, there's another one! Wait, is that the one that got away last time?
Who cares? Just get them all. T'Pol pays us per catch. Joska? How do you get here? Quick, stop her!
Don't you even think about running away!
Don't come any closer, or I'll... Go, Phlogiston Wings!
Uh-oh, looks like it malfunctioned!
This is bad. Mom and Koya are already injured.
Help! Elemental energy suppresses it! Please, someone!
Get back!
It's still going!
Guess we need a more permanent solution.
That was too close. I thought I was...
Answer us honestly. Were you the ones who attacked Koya before?
I am... No, it was...
Well, she says it was you.
And if you want to deny it, we have other ways of
Just tell
making you
me,
talk.
who sent you here?
It was T'Pol. He told us to catch all the wild Kukasaurs we can find. And he also said that this Kukasaur has become a thorn in his side, so it needs dealing with urgently.
T'Pol? Huh. Sounds familiar. But where from?
Well, he tends to send his orders in writing. He pretty much never communicates with us in person. When he does, he wears a mask to hide his face. And whenever we trade Kukasaurs for Phlogiston Wings, we deal with his henchmen.
So you didn't even make those wings?
All we did was slap some labels on them and transport them over here, to make them look like they're imported.
To make it harder to trace their origins.
Why does he want you to catch Kukasaurs?
I don't know, honest!
Well, that's mighty convenient, huh? What about if I held a gun to your head? Would that change your answer?
No need. I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. T'Pol doesn't tell us much, but he always stresses that he wants them alive. So that gives us some clues. This is just a best guess, of course, but we suspect that the gaseous phlogiston stored in the trackballs is drawn directly from the Kukasaurs.
What?
Easy now. You're still injured. Hey.
Yes, ma'am. So, the gaseous phlogiston has to be highly refined in order to power the phlogiston wings. The slightest imperfection can have disastrous consequences, as you just witnessed. But the Kukasaurs have a natural ability to process gaseous phlogiston. So, if you use them as an intermediary, then...
That's enough. So the Kukasaurs you took, where are they now?
T'Pol should have them. But no one knows where he's based, apart from him and his henchmen. We've tried looking for it ourselves, even followed them a few times. But we always end up losing track of them.
Random thought. Maybe they're hiding up in the sky?
Guess that this means we can't go after the ringleader yet.
T'Pol. I'm sure I've heard that name.
Jaska, Traveler.
That voice! It's Alpha!
No, it's not.
Elder
Oh, no, it is, yeah.
What brings you all the way out here?
Well, I was patrolling nearby when I heard the sound of an explosion. What's going on?
Let me fill you in.
I don't believe it.
Elder Alba, does the name T'Pol ring a bell to you? I feel like I've seen it written down before. Maybe in a list of candidates for the flying trials?
Huh? So he's a member of your tribe then?
No. If he was a member of the Flower Feather clan, I'd definitely know him.
Now that you mention it, I do remember a young man from outside our tribe who came to participate in our flying trials once. You were away on a mission at the time, which is probably why you don't remember him. He was a craftsman from the Children of Echoes, but he'd always dreamed of soaring the skies, so he wanted to join our flying squad.
The Children of Echoes? That's rare.
But despite his best efforts, he unfortunately failed to pass the trial and gain the Kukusaur's approval. In the end, he went wingless and returned dejected to the Children of Echoes.
Wingless, huh? Maybe he invented the phlogiston wings to get revenge on the Kukusaurs.
Perhaps. Or maybe it's simply his way of dealing with his regrets over his past flying endeavors.
Either way, it doesn't excuse his abuse of the Kukusaurs. I'm gonna take these guys back and expose the truth to the tribe. It's time for this conflict to end.
Easy, Chaska. Remember what I said about keeping a low profile? The ringleader still hasn't shown himself, and this man's allegation about powering the phlogiston wings with Kukusaurs is only speculation. Bringing these men to the tribe now won't win over any current supporters of the phlogiston wings. In fact, it may even escalate the conflict further. After all, many are mistrustful of the Kukusaurs after recent events.
Is that why T'Pol waited until now to try to capture my sister?
I don't know. I mean, he did tell us to spread negative rumors about the Kukusaurs and slip some Mora to anyone opposed to them, but...
But Koya only attacked humans because they stole her child!
Nevertheless, we will be hard-pressed to change people's minds while emotions are running high. Unless we have irrefutable evidence.
You need to catch T'Pol himself?
Bravo! My thoughts exactly. In the meantime, leave these men with me. I'll escort them back to the tribe. I'll take the other members of their crew into custody too. They won't get another chance to stir up trouble.
Fair enough. I guess finding T'Pol is gonna be the key to resolving this conflict. Let's hope the Children of Echoes have some info on him. Sorry, whatever it is, it'll have to wait till this is all blown over. I have to fix this situation before it spirals out of control. Mom, sis, rest up and get well soon. I gotta fly.
Don't worry, go ahead and follow her. Don't worry about me. Mom can take care of herself. Got it. Part of me is like wondering more and more if I should pull for Cheska or not. Like, I don't even think I'd use her for combat. I would just use her for flight.
So Alpa says that T'Pol's from the Children of Echoes. But how do we track him down? Just ask around until we find him?
Let's start by talking to someone we know. It'll be faster that way. At this time and place, I'll bet the easiest person to find is... Wakey, wakey, Shilonin!
Oh, it's you. Okay, give me a second. I'll come down.
I climb trees to fly further and see farther. I don't usually stop for a nap.
Well, we're not all like you. Always full of energy, even after flying around all day. Yeah. So, you've come all this way and interrupted my precious nap time. Might I inquire as to, why?
I'm sorry, Shilonen, but it couldn't wait. Does the name T'Pol mean anything to you? He's a craftsman, apparently.
Huh. T'Pol. Yeah, that rings a bell. I think that's Puma's child. Nope, I'm afraid you're a few years too late. Why are you looking for him?
The long story.
Huh, phlogiston wings. Wow, okay. The kid actually pulled it off. Well, looks like, no more rest for me today.
Pulled it off? You mean he's tried making something like this before?
Yeah, he started trying to build a flying machine right after he got back from the Flower Feather clan.
So right after he went wingless, then. Was this flying machine anything like the gun you made me?
You mean your gun that's harder to tame than the proudest Kukasaur? No, he wanted to build something that allows anyone to fly freely, even if they're not naturally gifted. But he never got very far back then, though. Blew up his workshop a few times and barely made it out alive. I never really kept up with him after that. His parents traveled a lot in their youth and only returned to the tribe after he was born. But they settled in a remote area and don't interact with other people much. Which means most people in the tribe don't know them very well. Your best bet is to chat to his direct family. I'll, go get Puma. Wait for me in front of the workshop. I won't be long.
Alright. The only problem is I don't think, let me try something here. Because I didn't actually look at this. Whole Night Soul mechanic confuses the hell out of me with combat sometimes. Interesting. So every 12 seconds, she can restore 25 phlogiston by killing an enemy. That's actually pretty neat. A way to get phlogiston outside of combat. Or outside of... Well, technically, I was going to say I meant outside of Natlan, but technically the gauge doesn't exist outside of Natlan, so...
I'd have lost myself long ago if I allowed myself to be led by the whispers of the abyss. Surviving is tough. Taming the beast within is...
Let's fly!
I just don't. My primary issue is I just don't think she'll be able to fly for very long.
Take me up.
And then it's empty, right? Like, you saw how quickly that emptied? That's my concern. It's like, in all honesty, you know, remember Navia was my cutie pick? Like, half the reason I want to pull her is because she is actually very hot. I'm not even going to lie on that. Appearance, voice, everything. Like, in my opinion, like I said, she's like a better Rosaria to me. But I just like she can't fly for very long. I feel like
mother, Puma.
I feel like Wanderer could fly farther. Like she can fly faster, don't get me wrong, so probably further in distance. But I think Wanderer gets more out of it. And I already have him.
Oh, save the pleasantries. I don't want to spend any longer talking about that boy than I have to. I disowned him long ago. He is no child of mine. All he cared about was his pipe dream of reaching the sky. Oh, we tried to talk sense into him, but he was obsessed. And then when he left us, he spouted some nonsense about building a workshop in the sky to avoid the constant criticism of us ground dwellers. He left his notebook behind. Whatever questions you have, you can look for them in there. I am done talking about him. He's no son of mine. He never called me Mom anyhow.
Wow, they've really fallen out. Paimon sure wasn't expecting that.
Nope.
Her husband, T'Pol's father, he passed away recently, and T'Pol didn't even bother to show his face at the funeral. If you ask me, that was probably the final straw for Puma. I'll go keep her company. If there's anything else you need, just come and find me.
Thank you.
Okay, so this notebook is the only lead we got now, right? What's in there?
It's that giant hot air balloon that's high in the sky.
Some early designs for the phlogiston wings, and some theorizing about an airborne workshop. Natlan, the Cinder City. Looks like that's where he got his technological inspiration from.
So, was he serious about the workshop in the sky? But that's such a big project for one person. Do we think he actually pulled it off?
That balloon sketch.
Yes, the one from the trial arena that was super high up.
That balloon has been there for a while, and everyone's been wondering how it got up there, but what if that's the wrong question? What if it started off even higher up, above the clouds and out of view, and it only descended to its current height due to some kind of malfunction?
Part of T'Pol's workshop?
Seems likely. If T'Pol's base had been hiding above the clouds this whole time, that would definitely explain why Isidore couldn't find it.
Paimon totally called it! But how do we get up there? Jaska, can you even fly that high?
By myself? Possibly. But with a passenger, no chance. I doubt even phlogiston wings could take you up that high. At least, not without that relic T'Pol mentioned in his notebook.
Yeah, and he's probably holding on to it. We'll have to find another way. Nope, that's way beyond Paimon's altitude. Also, would you really expect Paimon to go up there and take on T'Pol all by herself?
Let's not worry. Just because we can't think of a solution doesn't mean no one else can. I'm not the only flying expert in my tribe, you know.
Oh, good point. We should go ask Elder Oppa.
And Mutoda. He was quite the flying ace back in the day, too. Let's head back and see what they suggest.
All right.
Be prepared and stay safe.
Sorry, I'm just looking something up here.
Be prepared and stay safe. Chaska, you're finally back. Things are getting really tense in the tribe. Have you made any headway with your investigation?
Some people even think we arrested the merchants just to support the flying squad and crack down on the phlogiston wings.
There's still escalating even though we've rounded up the merchants. Maybe there are other parties out there fanning the flames.
We found some promising leads, but there's a major obstacle standing between us and the irrefutable evidence we need.
A relic from the Cinder City? So Och Khan's still managing to sow discord, even after all these years.
An airborne workshop and a hot air balloon above the trial arena. And that's where you're trying to get to now?
Any ideas how we can get up there?
Neither phlogiston wings nor a Kukusaur can take you that high up. Do you really think that's where T'Pol is hiding?
You know what? There might just be a way.
Really?
Do you still remember those spouts in the arena? When they were all blocked, the gaseous phlogiston was trapped and unable to flow. But now, it's flowing freely. If we were to block them up again...
You mean all of them except the one at the very top of the arena? To build up the pressure there?
Precisely. With all the gaseous phlogiston flowing through one spout, it would create a high-pressure wind current.
And then we just ride it up into the sky!
Yes. It has its risks, but with Chaska's abilities, I think she could manage it.
It's an extremely risky approach, but I agree that it's feasible.
If you want to give it a try, check with Inkanak at the trial grounds. She can explain how to block the spouts. Chaska, if anyone has a hope of seizing this evidence from the high heavens, it is you.
All right. To the trial grounds. Hello. I would like to condemn your training area again.
Goodness me, that is a very bold idea.
Maybe so, but we have to act fast. What's the quickest way for us to block off the spouts?
From a technical perspective, I'd have to advise taking some measurements and carefully planning this out first. Then we'll have to take the rough and ready approach. See this out? Our prior inspections revealed that some kind of stable structure has formed inside, making it highly damage resistant. It's not without its weak points, but unless they're all struck at the same time, the structural integrity won't be threatened.
So, what happens if we do strike them all at once?
It'll collapse.
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, you got it. As long as you hit all the weak spots at once from the right angle, the solid phlogiston will fall right on top of the spout and block it up.
You're right about rough and ready. Sounds like my kind of plan.
Like, she's really overpowered in Natlan because obviously she can fly all over the place, but...
Let's fly. Giddy up.
Oh, did I not get them all over here?
Take me up.
Can you please, like...
Yeah.
It actually worked! But wait, how are Paimon and the Traveler supposed to get up there?
Koya can give you a lift. She's actually been following us this whole time.
Wow, Paimon didn't notice at all.
Why didn't you just come and join us?
Well, probably because she didn't want to get too close to humans. Or maybe just me. But right now, we need her power.
Whoa, you didn't even have to summon her.
Yes, up there. That's probably where Chime is. All right, let's go have a little talk with this T'Pol.
Paimon's never flown that fast before. She feels so ready to throw up.
Aha. Just as I thought. It might look like a regular hot air balloon from the outside, but up close, it's clearly been heavily remodeled. And sure enough, it only descended below the cloud line because the custom-built machinery malfunctioned. I should be able to figure it out with T'Pol's notebook. Thankfully, I know a little DIY from fixing up my guns when they're having issues. That should just about do it. Now all it needs is a nice hard kick.
Maybe that works on your guns, but, huh? We're really moving! Here it is! The workshop in the sky! Oh, you gotta see it to believe it.
Wow. Is this like Economia and the Chasm? Is this actually going to be a separate map we can return to?
Well, according to the notebook, the platform beneath us runs on components from the Cinder City. Those can't be mass-produced. Also, I have some doubts about its mobility after seeing how it moved just now. For someone like T'Pol who dreams of flying freely, this definitely doesn't cut it.
But if he's got that relic, he should be able to make a set of prototype wings for himself, right? Why bother making a whole flying workshop so he can mass-produce them?
If he can come and go freely from his workshop, probably already built those prototype wings for himself.
This doesn't add up. If he's already achieved the power of flight, then he must have bigger dreams we don't know about.
Spite?
With any luck, we'll find the answers in his workshop.
It all just sounds like spite. He hates the Kukasaur for not accepting him. That's really all it is. Nope.
Kukusaurs! Seems like the merchants were right. T'Pol's using them for his own ends!
I'll bet that mechanism on top.
Why won't it fly away like the others? Is it...
She's still breathing, but barely. By the looks of it, T'Pol was using these cages to extract phlogiston from the Kukasaurs. Once a Kukasaur is drained of phlogiston, it becomes too weak to move. We'll have to come back for these ones after dealing with T'Pol.
There's another notebook here.
Let me see. Looks like a record of his phlogiston research. Log number 330. With the support of...
I was finally able to launch the airborne workshop. Even though it relies on the relic for 80% of its power supply, I've at least taken the first step. Log number 348. Research on the relic is progressing well. I should be able to replicate the technology and scale up production very soon. Has proposed a name for this groundbreaking invention: the Phlogiston Wings. I think I'm getting close. Soon I will achieve my dreams. Log number 377. Encountered some issues with the new smaller model Phlogiston Wings. The gaseous phlogiston showed some volatility during the refinement process. Thinks we should proceed at a more cautious pace with the refinement experiments. But after so many past failures, I have to prove that I will succeed this time. Log number 114. Ran an experiment using Kukasaurs to refine gaseous
okay,
phlogiston.
so
It
who's ever
was a
funding this
success.
doesn't sound like a bad guy per se, because he advertised being cautious and you know, slow with the experiment process. It was T'Pol that decided to use the Kukasaurs.
Log number 117. I've started recruiting merchants and hunters to capture wild Kukasaurs. Log number 121. Major breakthrough in the efficiency of phlogiston yield.
Huh? So many parts have been crossed out!
Should be
Yeah,
someone's name.
probably the contact he alluded to in his other notebook. Guess he has a benefactor.
Did anyone else notice how the numbering system in this notebook suddenly changed halfway through?
Yeah, and the tone seemed to
We
change a
haven't
lot
got
too.
time for textual analysis, I'm afraid. Grab the notebook and let's press on. Huh. Never seen one of these before. Looks like this was built with the Cinder City components, too.
You're not thinking of giving it a nice hard kick, are you? Whoa! What's that mechanism doing?
It's asking for a nice hard kick where it hurts. Aim for the weak spot.
I also get confused too because I feel like the flying controls are a bit different than the, like, I'm getting slightly confused with the normal flying controls.
It's T'Pol's henchman. He must have brought them here using the relic in his prototype wings. Watch out!
Right, another book.
Hey, look here! More of T'Pol's notes!
Log number 403. Introduce me to some new comrades who fully support my ideas. I told them that some Saurians are blessed with wings, and some people with natural gifts, while the less fortunate among us can only look on longingly as they seize the skies. But I also told them that progress can erase individual differences. Think of the tools humanity has made to fight back against wild beasts. I promised them that our research will be the new frontier of human progress. With our phlogiston wings, the power of flight will no longer be for a select few to enjoy. Imagine a world where the skies are for all to share. I only hope that when we finally achieve this goal, will be proud of me.
Imagine a world where the skies are for all to share. Yes, what a wonderful world that would be. If only it were possible. We could respond faster, and so many tragedies could be prevented. But DePaul, what about the Saurians you're draining dry of phlogiston? You're not sharing the sky, you're stealing it! Bad move. I won't let you get away with it.
Oscar?
I'm fine. Let's keep moving. I don't think we'll find...
I feel like this is like what if there was a... Like, I know M&J TV is a Team Sky thing, but I feel like this is what the evil team... If Team Sky was a legitimate evil team in the franchise...
Is this really necessary?
This is kind of be what their goal would be. To try to abandon land and sea and find home in the sky.
Let's fly. Open fire. Take me up.
How do I unlock that chest? Oh, there we go. Her charge attack just seems to be an Animo charge attack with a bit of an AoE. I'm just saying, like, the particle effects on it seem to have a range to it.
I can't believe he captured so many Kukasaurs. But right
You
now,
can't use
we
her
have to
power
focus on
from the
solving
sky,
this
which
source.
really is also a bit of a problematic thing when you're trying to fly.
Looks like we've reached the center of the workshop.
And still no sign of Koya's baby.
Let's search this area for now. If we still can't find Chime, we'll double back.
Chaska, Traveler, come quick!
What is it? Did you find Chime?
Not yet, but look! It's another one of T'Pol's notebooks!
Let's give it a read.
Log number 428. We decided to restart the experiments on phlogiston refinement, but without telling.
So his benefactor's being kept in the dark. So it seems like the benefactor's not really problematic. The benefactor likes this idea of being able to fly freely, but is not on board with what they're doing.
This is the final obstacle to the success of the Phlogiston Wings project. We cannot fall at the last hurdle. Log number 436. Earlier today, suggested using Kukasaurs as an intermediary to extract
maybe not.
refined phlogiston. It's certainly feasible, but... Anyway, as long as our secret experiment succeeds, I'm sure won't bring it up again. Log number 443. We will conduct the experiment tomorrow. Well, birthday is coming up, so hopefully we'll have a birthday surprise for her.
Oh, benefactor's
Log
female.
number 444.
Huh? Why is this log empty?
I guess whoever wrote down the log number was prevented from recording the results.
Log number 0. We lost many comrades in the accident. Among them are friends, lovers, and children. But we cannot stop now. We will keep their legacy alive and carry their dreams forward. As of today, we are scrapping the artificial refinement method. Instead, we will focus all our efforts on phlogiston extraction from live Kukasaurs. They are arrogant beasts whose existence in the wild
it comes down to
serves
spite.
no one but themselves. Their true worth lies in their sacrifice for the sake of human progress. To facilitate our operations, we will gradually move the airborne workshop closer to the Flower Feather clan, even as we continue to expand it. All this we do to create a world where the skies are for all of humanity to share. All this we do to make T'Pol's dream a reality.
Oh, this might not actually be T'Pol. Sounds like T'Pol died.
Given the way this is written, not to mention the fact that the numbering has started over from 0, it kind of sounds like this is someone new. Does that mean that T'Pol's already...
In this case, who have we've
There's
been
also a
pursuing?
letter tucked in the end of the notebook. It's from Puma.
T'Pol, I don't know where you are right now, so I don't know how to reach you. My best bet is to send this letter to the Flower Feather clan. Your father is gravely ill. Oh, I know we've had our differences in the past, but he is still your father. Won't you come and visit him? Please. I know you never liked him and cared even less for me. All you ever yearned for is the sky. And your birth mother. But we'll still be waiting here for you if you do come back. This may be the last chance you'll get to see your father.
So Puma's not T'Pol's real mom? Huh. Well, she did say he never called her mom, but Paimon assumed she was just venting.
We know that T'Pol's father passed away quite recently, and this letter looks recent. By contrast, the writing in this notebook is old and faded. It looks like the real reason T'Pol didn't attend his father's funeral is because he'd long since passed away himself.
T'Pol's birth mother, then the benefactor who funded the workshop, then the real ringleader behind all
If
this.
we ask ourselves why this letter was sent to the Flower Feather clan, why T'Pol always yearned for the sky, and how he got his hands on a relic from the Cinder City, it all points to one answer.
That's right. T'Pol was my child. He was born during my days as a wingless wanderer. His birth gave me new hope. I wanted to become the kind of mother who spent her days as a valiant rider, soaring the skies. Not an aimless, wingless nobody.
Oh, it's a really?
But his father wanted to settle down, to give his child a safe, sheltered life in his tribe. We fought about it constantly, until the love
It's
we
a
once had
Paul?
for each other was gone. He started a new family.
Or Alpa, sorry?
With another traveler who was also looking to return home. And I went back to the Flower Feather clan. Alone. I had no idea that despite being raised among the children of echoes, my child still harbored dreams of the skies. Can you imagine, Chaska? The joy and surprise I felt when he showed up at my door, asking to join the flying trials. Or how proud I was when he said he wanted to prove his own worth, rather than relying on my position as elder. And then the anguish that overcame me when he was rejected by the Kukusaurs and became wingless, just as I had after my injury.
You've got a lot of nerve showing your face here.
Don't take this the wrong way, Chaska. I'm not here for a fight. I just want to talk. Isn't that your preferred way to resolve things? I trust you've learned of T'Pol's wish on your way here. A world where the skies are for all of humanity to share. If only his dream can be realized, no one will ever have to lose their wings again. Our aerial prowess will be greater than ever before. War will never again come at such a great cost. The loss of Koichi is a tragedy that need never be repeated. So tell me, Chaska, do you really wish to see the phlogiston wings forever grounded and
I'll admit, I
gathered
didn't really
dust?
see this twist coming.
Nothing you've said excuses all the conflict you've caused.
You mean the argument back at the tribe? It was a necessary measure. Sometimes this is the only way to accelerate the pace of progress. Is a mother harming her children when she coaxes them into swallowing a bitter pill? Of course not. It is a brief moment of suffering for the greater good, and the child would come to understand this in due course. The phlogiston wings are that bitter pill. We will never progress as a tribe if we cling to the scraps the Kukusaurs offer us. Once the people have embraced the phlogiston wings, they will never look back. Even if they learn how the refined phlogiston is sourced. They will convince themselves that the sacrifice of a few Kukusaurs is a small price to pay for our dominion over the skies. But this I had not anticipated. I barely had the chance to introduce the phlogiston wings to the tribe before you found this place.
Your plan was hardly foolproof.
Yet, it can still be salvaged. Chaska, traveler, you are the hope of I'm sure you have your doubts about my methods, but know that my love for humanity and for Natlan is genuine. You know me, Chaska. And you know that I've always treated everyone in the Flower Feather
You know, I
clan
gotta say,
as my own children.
So far, all of these tribe missions, so I've done 4 of them so far. Every single one features a person that is arrogantly deluded in a concept. So the first one was Milani's. Now, that's the only one where the person themselves was not involved in the actual plot. Because the guy that was foolish was the was the Sumeru researcher, sorry. But the guy that was deluded was actually the other traveler. Or the other guide that claimed to have found the forbidden area but never actually found it. Right? Then you have Kinich, which had to do with the guy believing that they should kill the mountain, the beast or whatever. That was a symbol of their tribe or something like that. Thinking that was the only way. With Shalonen, it was the woman that was deluded into believing that she could resurrect her daughter through another little girl. And now it's this one where she's deluded in this idea that you know, they don't need the Kukasaur anymore. Like, so I wonder if this is going to be a reoccurring theme. If the other two tribes are going to have a similar themed concept of someone being deluded into thinking like having delusions like
As
this.
fellow humans. Surely you can understand my perspective.
You wish.
Ulpa, Natlan doesn't belong to humans alone. And truthfully, neither do I. How many times has the Abyss invaded Natlan now? And yet despite how much stronger it is than us, Natlan still stands as a nation of humans and Saurians. Peace imposed by force will crumble in a matter of days, because social bonds are what hold a civilization together. Weren't you the one that taught me that? And yet you would break the bond we share with our Saurian companions to take more power for ourselves? That's as stupid as hacking your own arm off to use it as a club.
They are wild beasts, driven purely by instinct. How could they possibly understand human social bonds?
Ugh, how did someone like her ever become a writer?
Me, Kukasaur instincts are not so different than ours.
You overestimate them. They bow to the strong and shun the weak. That's all there is to it. They never gave Tepal a second glance when he was at his lowest, nor me when I returned injured from the Cinder City. It's all about survival of the fittest for them. Plain and simple. They obeyed me once I proved myself stronger than them, but the moment it serves them better, they'll abandon me in a heartbeat.
You're wrong, Ulpa. They only reject the wingless because they don't want to fly anyone to their death.
Chaska, I will promise you this. Only the unruliest wild Kukasaurs will be used for phlogiston extraction. The ones who have nothing else to offer to humanity.
Well, that's too bad. Because I know a few unruly wild Kukasaurs who don't think that idea is gonna fly. Namely my mom, my sister, and me. And the others? To us, they're friends, family, even children. So if you want to put any of them in one of your cages, you're gonna have to go through us.
Is that right? I knew you might be difficult to convince. Maybe this will change your mind.
Ulpa!
Careful! Don't make any rash decisions. Unless you want to see her suffer.
Oh no, that's one of the extraction cages!
I told my subordinates to take control of the tribe while I was away. Luckily for them, our strongest warrior and our most powerful ally aren't there to stop it.
Take control? What are you planning to do with Mutota and his supporters?
Merely accelerate their inevitable downfall. They cannot stand in the way of progress forever. It is not the move I wish to make, but I'm afraid you and your friends force my hand. And since you insist on opposing me too, I have no choice but to keep you here until the dust has settled.
So that's what you meant by I just want to talk. You never intended to negotiate.
No, Chaska. I genuinely hoped I could win you over. You are the strongest warriors we have. Put down your weapons, and I promise you that no harm will come to this young Saurian. I just need you to stay here for the next couple of weeks or so, while my people consolidate their power. Then, I will give her back to you, and you'll be free to leave.
You really think the Pyro Archon is going to let you get away with this?
As long as the majority supports our vision. Even the Pyro Archon cannot meddle in our internal affairs.
Your vision is deranged, and the Flower Feather Clan will never support it.
You sure about that? Then wait here and see.
What do we do? Even if the whole tribe fights back, Mutota's in grave danger!
Stop delaying the inevitable! Drop your weapons and get into the cages, now!
She's still holding Chime hostage.
You gonna call more Kukusor to come help? Do it, Mom. Be a burden. What kind of warrior would that make me?
Koya?
Huh? What are you yapping about? Stand down. Drop your weapons, now! This is... Ah! Ah! No! The relic!
Buckle up!
Give up, Alpha.
Hey, something's up with this relic!
I got it!
No! What is she doing? She'll bring us all down with her!
But why? We stabilized the relic!
Maybe it got damaged in the fight. If we don't think of something fast, this whole workshop is good.
No. They're directly beneath us. My beloved tribe!
You deal with the relic. We don't solve this problem at the source, this whole place will come crashing down.
Okay, it's too powerful. I've seen a toy like last time. I don't think I can just throw it aside. But we need to get it far away before it explodes. Then the tribe will be safe, and so will this Koya, remember when we were kids? Come on. Don't worry. I know I can get rid of it before it explodes. We're talking... All I need is for you to catch me at the end. Just like old times.
I can't hold it back.
Don't be insane!
Alpha! What are you...
You're a fool, Chaska! Why would you choose such a risky solution? We cannot entrust the safety of our tribe to this wild Saurian!
I'm the fool. You really think you can stand a better chance than me?
Sure, it may be asking too much for an ex-wingless to escape the blast radius in time, but I can fly it a safe distance away, even if it's the last thing I do.
So she would rather commit self-sacrifice than trust the Saurian, really?
Here, this should be high enough to save the clan. What?
You don't get to die a hero today.
Good. I'm really glad they didn't let her die a martyr. Because she deserves to be imprisoned.
What do you mean, I'm fine? Didn't I tell you to catch me on your back? Why did you try to shield me from the blast? Accident? Yeah, right. Seriously, you're as stubborn as ever.
Chaska, Koya!
How are things looking here?
All it took was a little DIY. Oh, he used his geo powers and hydro powers.
Mildly. I owe you one. Again. Oh, but be honest. Do you still think Kukasaurs can't form bonds?
Mom, I'll figure out the refinement problem. I'll find a way. You don't need to worry about it. I just need some more time. That's all I ask. Please just trust me. Just this once.
So it seems like Talpa actually wanted, or T'Pol actually wanted to just do this naturally. She's the one that wanted to use the Kukasaurus.
The Flower Feather Clan yield to the strong. And it's up to the winners to define what strength means. So it looks like it's my turn to yield.
Koya! So, you're absolutely sure it's not because of the explosion?
Yes, for the 10,000th time, I'm sure. The blast barely touched her. The reason she fainted was old injuries playing up, compounded by overexertion in recent days. The moment she finally relaxed, all the built-up stress finally caught up with her. And no wonder. Honestly, she's just like you. Anyway, now you know how we feel when you go off risking life and limb. Your mother and I would both appreciate it if you lived less dangerously. You know she wrote to me from the Masters of the Nightwind, just to scold me for not doing enough to keep an eye on you. If she wasn't so busy with work, you can bet she'd come back here and chew us both out in person.
So her mother's in the Masters of the
I'll
Nightwind.
find an opportunity to apologize to her. I promise.
You'd better. No more avoiding us, okay? And don't get me started on all the checkups you've missed.
Got it. Got it. Huh? Koya, you're awake. I'll go let everyone know.
Hey, but we're not done talking. What are we gonna do with her, Even after everything that's happened, she still hasn't figured out how to start the conversation with you. She keeps saying, I don't think Koya has forgiven me yet. But if you ask me, she's the one who's scared to open up and have an honest conversation. For all her confidence, she's a very sensitive soul underneath. You'd think as a peacemaker, she of all people would know how to reconcile with her family after a falling out. She must have been a handful growing up. Thank you for being there for her. And of course, thank you for keeping her safe when you were up there in the sky.
Koya, Uncle Cusco, we're here!
What were you talking about just now?
Ha! I was just telling her that she's not to go chasing danger with Chaska ever again.
Cusco, I understand how you must feel. But it's all thanks to Koya and Chaska's efforts that the airborne workshop didn't come crashing down on our heads.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot to ask. They didn't hurt you while we were gone, did they?
Thankfully, when her co-conspirators tried to arrest me, I was out coaching Koya and Junan. The two of them were a huge help. They took care of things while I went around rallying the resistance. So, in the end, Alpa's would-be revolt didn't really get off the ground. And as it turns out, not all of the wingless want to see our dear Saurian friends replaced with phlogiston-powered gizmos. I'm so sorry you got mixed up in this, by the way. We should have caught on to Alpa's scheme sooner. We could have saved so many Kukasaurs from getting hurt. Most of the airborne workshop has now been dismantled. We've just left one small, harmless part intact, and repurposed it as a jail for Alpa and her cronies.
prison.
Now the tables have turned. Time for her to get a taste of her own medicine.
It looks like there's just one less conflict left to resolve. Peacemaker, you're up.
I said I had to wait until things had blown over, didn't I? And now they have. But I still have no idea what to say. Koya, I just want to say, I'm sorry for how things went down back then.
Human and sorry, and we all grow up and form new bonds with new family and friends. Now I've come to understand why you chose to stay among the humans.
Huh? Does this mean you're not mad at me anymore?
That's right.
There's that family likeness coming through again.
Paimon, zip it.
But that day, when we ran into each other...
I was angry at the moment. I thought you were their accomplice.
Huh? So then, when did you finally make your peace with it?
Hey, slow down.
Aw, it's Chima and Chimpu. They're here too.
What are you doing? Are you doing well? Guess it was when it was my turn to embrace a new family of my own. And there we go. You. Alright, I want to explore this area. I also want to try and get some of these, like, outstanding things here. Like, there's a ton inside, but there's also a ton outside. There's this whole cutscene getting here about, like, with, like, a dragon attacking and stuff, and... Like, I couldn't even get in here at first. And it basically blew open a hole that allowed me to get in. This is the Nightwind animal, by the way. Its abilities are... F can pick up, like... there's... So when you use your attack, if you find, like, certain paint, you can peel it off and then place it. And then, like, use F to place it somewhere. And then they also have, like, a super jump. And then can glide from it. There we go. My stamina up, and then I'll try and,
You really are a one-trick pony, you know.
Sweet. Then I'm gonna... This one seems to be underground, so I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna just try to see if I can get, like, the outer ones. So, like, I'll go for these two next, and then go around for this one, And then these two, that, and then try and get these two. All these others seem to be confined within, like, the city.
10 points for agility.
All right.
Are you running away?
No idea if this is like the way you're supposed to do it, but it's the way I'm doing it.
10 points for agility.
All right. Use. So I understand these, but why don't I have... Mulani's, or I'm confused. Now, within Natlan, this is a really fast way to get around, but outside of Natlan, it's going to get me nowhere. Yeah, right now I just want to get the means of traveling around. Oh, I must have gotten just enough Logistum when I got close to this. Alrighty. So now we need to get these two over here. Oh. I'm trying to grab as much of these like new plants as I can. I have to check in the whatchamacallit, the thing to see if there's anything new. Oh, that one's probably going to be plot relevant then. 'Cause that's really high up there. I'm going to assume that the one that's over in this direction too is it's probably that island up there. So I guess these two seem to have shorelines, so we'll go to them next. Here's another bird. Interesting that there seems to be some type of buff tied to this thing where I don't lose any phlogiston. For a certain amount of time. Alright, let's get this, and then we'll get the last one I can get before having to just try to blitz whatever this world story is. I can't wait to skip all the dialogue, because I know it's not... from what I've seen so far, I already know it's not voiced. It's crazy that this, the story I did today had more voiced dialogue in it than the entire, Sumeru's festival event. That had Paimon and Sino. Oh. I'm not even gonna bother with that. I'm in the wrong Saurian. Hi.
Target acquired.
You're dead meat!
There's a lot of rune guardians here. Which is good, because I don't feel like we saw a lot of these during Fontaine. Here we go. Oh god. Lost Ruin Grader, what are you looking? Where are you looking?
Look alive! Up! Commit it to memory! Shower me with praise!
Everything has its use.
Were you not given toys to play with as a child? Is that it?
Oh, it's getting me one of these things. Ding. Still not high enough to reach the islands. But yeah, so let's push into the city now. I already killed you guys before. I don't need to kill you again. By the way, I'm not expecting to finish this on stream today, and I'm also not expecting to finish it on stream. Hiya!
I got him cornered.
Worthless pile of garbage!
Stop yapping, just take it or leave it.
Get back into this thing. This thing also has a unique elemental sight, by the way. It's locked behind a gate. See a chest over here.
Do I get a share?
You actually want this trash?
Hmm.
Is this really necessary?
Some way to clear the energy.
Look alive! Ha! Grow, grow, grow!
Remember, these guys, they can't be killed until they've taken enough elemental damage to break their bar.
This way, pretty little. Ja, ja.
Oh, I got a new drop item. Wonder who's gonna need that for character progression. Don't you love when games give you no clues? Always fun. I love walking around pointlessly until I somehow stumble across the answer after hours of looking. It's the best type of game design. Keep in mind, this was one of my complaints with the Halo games, at least the early ones. They didn't give waypoint objectives in areas that had runes that looked identical everywhere.
Locked up.
Okay, so I need to get in that door, but once again, try getting into the tower up ahead. So do I have to climb in from the top again? Oh. Okay. That was great. Yeah, here we'll see. I can take that off the wall. Also put this one here. Nameless Priest's notes. Well, there's a thing there, but I don't know how to... Oh, I see that there's a thing there. I need a handle. There we go. All right, we'll turn the lever. I can turn the lever now. There we go. More dialogue to click through. Oh, what the? Who are you? This is Paimon, my employer. I personally think the Traveler should have gotten a Saurian companion from each tribe. Like, not just from Children of the Echoes. In all honesty, though, I'm probably going to call the stream after this dialogue. Because, I want to get Guild Wars dailies done. I'd like to play this more, but I'm probably not going to talk a whole lot. Which is why I generally don't stream anything outside of story. A void shield. Interesting. You really thinking you can keep up with me? Oh, it's a dragon. I see a chest here, so I want to get rid of it. And I'm dead. I was almost dead.
The show begins!
Everything has its use.
Were you not given toys to play with as a child? Is that it?
Super awesome sauce laser fire. What? Energy is fully charged. A powerful beam can be shot at the abyss. This beam is highly effective against evil dragons corroded by the abyss. To attack the fell dragons with its beam and make timely use of the shield to block the fireballs fired by the dragon. doesn't really seem to be a time limit on like the shield usage and stuff. Like I could pretty much just hold space, it seems. This could be the Pyro Dragon corrupted by Abyss. Kind of a cool concept. I'm assuming for symmetrical reasons, there's going to be 3 more of those things that I found. Alright. Yeah, so I'm gonna probably do a lot of this off stream unless I'm bored and want to do something else. Or bored and want to stream this for the sake of it, but I close the game right now because like I said, I want to do Guild Wars dailies. Those won't take very long, and then I still have something else I need to do too, but I do want to try and explore a little bit more in Genshin. I don't know, maybe I might take the day off tomorrow from streaming. But we'll see. With that said, I'm going to call it here. My name's Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King. Be a friend, foe, or member of the Omni Council. I'll see you later. Goodbye, everyone.